the announcement of the speaker through the order. Thank you very much.
I can see. KwaZulu-Natal Women's Parliament 2020 held virtually. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Ngibonge sesilungele sonke ukuthi siqale leli parliament la KwaZulu-Natal elihlelwe isishayamthetho. Ngizothanda ukuthi siqale ngokuthi sivule ngomkhuleko ukuze zonke izinto zethu zihambe ngendlela. Ngizocela umbishop RT Nxumalo kube yena ozosikhulekela. Bishop RT Nxumalo.
Leli thuba ngibonge mphathi sihlalo. Ngiyabingelela i-legislature yonke, ngiyabingelela ama-leaders bonke kwi-legislature, ngiyabingelela omama, imbokodo, abesifazane bonke kulolu suku lanamhlanje. Sizothandaza, sithandazela iphalamende lethu ukuba uNkulunkulu ehle abe khona ukubona konke okwenziwayo ephalamende. uNkulunkulu asihole ahambe phambi kwethu. Ngiyathanda ukuthi ngisazokhuleka kulesi sikhashana ngilethe nje iscripture esifishane esilaphaya kuJudges chapter 9, abahluleli chapter 9 funda verse number 53 ofundeka kanje. A woman on the roof dropped a milestone that landed on Abimelech's head and crushed his skull. He quickly said to his young armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and kill me. Don't let it be said that a woman killed Abimelech." So a young man ran him through with his sword and he died. When Abimelech's men saw that he was dead, they disbanded and returned to their homes. Ilamazwi engifuna ukuwasho kafishane owesifazane esimtholayo owanyukela ophathweni ngesikhathi inkosi eyayinonya u-Abimeleki ibulala abantu bonke abesilisa nabesifazane. Wanyuka nebhokodo yetshe u-Abimeleki weza ukujwayela ekuzobulala abantu. Kodwa lo wesifazane owayeshintsha iposition wasuka phansi wanyukela phezulu wakwazi ukuthi ehlise ibhokodo phezulu kwirufu iwele phezu kwekhanda lika-Abimeleki. Yamshaya u-Abimeleki yamcimiza wamqeda u-Abeleki owayenonya u-Abeleki owayebulala abantu owayehlupha wabulawa owesifazane owanyukela ephahleni. Namhlanje ngithanda ukusho ukuthi bantu besifazane uma singanyuka siye endaweni ephakemeyo ekameleni eliphezulu ekameleni lomkhuleko siyekela ukulwa phansi siyekela ukudibhetha siyekela ukucomplaina kodwa sinyukele ekameleni lomkhuleko siyokhuleka uNkulunkulu singabantu besifazane sehlisa imbokodo siyehlisele phezulu kwe-Abeleki ohlasela izwe lethu ohlasela iSouth Africa i-coronavirus i-gender-based violence sehlisa imbokodo yomkhuleko phezu kwe-gender-based violence phezu kwe-coronavirus uNkulunkulu wethu uzosenzela ukuhlola nembokodo yomkhuleko izomshaya imizwa u-Abeleki oyisitha esimelene nathi bantu besifazane sesihlukumezekile emhlabeni sesihlukumezekile ezweni lethu kodwa kulesi sikhathi kudingeka abesifazane abazoshintsha iposition banyukele ekameleni eliphezulu lithi lelizwe leyifundayo yathi imizwa u-Abeleki imbokodo eyehla phezulu yehla ngepressure yamshaya ikhanda wacimizeka lithi emva kwalokho bonke abantu abasebebalekile endaweni zabo zokuhlala abebesebehlezi emahlathini behlezi kuphi nakuphi la beqashe khona athi bangeza ukuthi u-Abeleki ufile bonke bashintsha babuyele endaweni zabo isimo sabanomali isimo sizoba nomali bantu besifazane uma thina sinyukele ekameleni eliphezulu siyakhuleka uNkulunkulu usethembile uNkulunkulu unikele kuthina konke uthembe thina uma thina sesakhalile embezi zomthandazo noma kanjani isimo sobuyela endaweni yaso bantu besifazane bazoye ukuhlukunyezwa i-coronavirus izoshabalala ngegama likaJesu asithandazeni namhlanje uNkulunkulu kuvulwa leli phalamende labesifazane silivule ngomkhuleko baba ngegama likaJesu Kristu inkosi yethu ngegama elingaphezu kwamagama onke ngiyakhuleka nkosi yami nathi iphalamende livulwa namhlanje labesifazane ngaphandle kwakho uNkulunkulu wethu singenze lutho siyadinga singabantu besifazane ezweni lethu iSouth Africa sidinga wena uNkulunkulu wethu silide sidinga wena baba ukuthi sihlale nawe emkhulekweni amandla akho okulekehle asaya fihliza destroy yonke impi ebhekene nathi eSouth Africa ebhekene nabantu besifazane ukuhlukunyezwa kwabo nalesi simo esibhekene naso se-COVID-19 sisiletha kuwe baba ngegama likaJesu Kristu nginikela zonke izikhuluma esizokhuluma kuleli phalamende namhlanje esandleni sakhe sinamandla ngoJesu Kristu inkosi yethu amen and amen. Thank you. Ngiyabonga mphathi sihlalo thatha leli thuba ngilibuyisele kuwe futhi ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Sibonge kakhulu Bishop ngomkhuleko osuthe wasipha wona singamakhosikazi nesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Igama lami nginguPhumzile uMambatha wakacele usihlalo wekomiti uQuality of Life okuyikomiti elibhekelele inhlalonhle yabantu besifazane ingane abantu abasha abantu abadala abantu abakhubazekile kulesi sishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Ngiyafisa ukubiqala ngokuthi ngibingelele usomlomo wesishayamthetho umhlonishwa uHonorable Boyzi ngiphinde ngibingelele undunamkhulu wakithi KwaZulu-Natal uPremier umhlonishwa uZikalala ngibingelele iCabinet yonke ekhona ngibingelele amalunga esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal ngikubingelele nawe Bishop RT Nxumalo ngibingelele wonke ama-delegates akhona kuleli phalamende labantu besifazane namhlanje ama-delegates avela kwinhlangano zepolitiki ezimelelekile kushayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal okuyizinhlangano eziwu-8 ngiphinde ngibingelele ngibingelele unobhala wesishayamthetho uMiss Naidu nabo bonke o-HODs abakhona nama officials akhona esishayamthetho nawo wonke ama department. Ngibingelele kakhulukazi umphakathi wonke waKwaZulu-Natal onathi namhlanje kuma platforms ahlukene esivelayo kuwo nalapho ezizwakala kahle khona. Ngifisa ke ukuthatha leli thuba ngokuthi ngiqale ngisho ukuthi siyazi ukuthi ngomhla ka 9 August ngo-1956 abantu besifazane bakwaZulu-Natal, abantu besifazane base South Africa badela impilo zabo babamba iqhaza ekutheni balwisane nobandlululo. Laba abantu besifazane bamasha bewu-20,000 bamashela e-Union Building. Yingakho nathi njengabantu besifazane abasekhona njengamanje lana eSouth Africa nathi silana KwaZulu-Natal kufanele ukuthi silibambe iqhaza eladlalwa abaholi bethu ababe phambili kuthina. Laba bantu besifazane abanye babo ababehola leyo march singabala omama uLilian Ngoyi, uCharlotte Maxeke, omama uFlorence Mkhize, omama uWinnie Madikizela Mandela nabanye abaningi. Akumeleke ukuthi sebelwile kangaka thina esisasele ngemuva bese umzabalazo wabo siubukela phansi. Kufanele ukuthi sithathe ibaton from them sikwazi ukuthi siqhubeke nayo. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi sihlangeneke la namhlanje njengabantu besifazane bakwaZulu-Natal kuleli phalamende labantu besifazane abantu abazoba ingxenye kulo abantu njengoba ngishilo ukuthi sinama delegates from different political parties kwizinhlangano ezahlukene ezikhona esishayamthetho. Lezo nhlangano okubalwa kuzo iANC, IFP-DA, NFP, EFF, ACDP, ATM, Minority Front. Ngiyafisa nje somlomo ukusho ukuthi sikwazile ukuthi sihlangane nazo zonke lezi nhlangano engizibalayo ukuhlelela ukuthi lolu suku lanamhlanje lube impumelelo. Sibe sesivumelana ukuthi imithetho nemigomo ebalula ukuthi leli phalamende fanele lihlale kanjani savumelana ngayo sonke na baholi abahola lezi nhlangano. Ngiyafisa nje futhi ukuthi ngiphinde ngisho somlomo ukuthi njengoba ngisho ngithi izinhlangano ezimelelekile ezikhona sinama delegates awu-80 axhumekile bese siba nalabo ke abasilalele kwemisakazo ehlukene ekhona esinayo la KwaZulu-Natal. Sihlangene ke singamakhosikazi akwaZulu-Natal. Lamakhosikazi kade senza nawo izinhlelo zanamhlanje abe esebalula ke ukuthi iziphi izinto afisa ukuthi zixoxwe kuleli phalamende lika 2020. Njengoba sazi ukuthi ngonyaka odlule iphalamende lethu lalikade lise Majuba eNewcastle. Kunezinto eziningi ezazikade zixoxiwe khona esaziyo ukuthi ke na sizokwazi ukuthola impendulo zazo. Kodwa ke bathe ke ngo-2020 nabo bakhona okunye okusha abafisayo ukuthi bathole ama-presentation ngakho ikakhulukazi kwi-department yaka social development. Njengoba sazi ukuthi sihlangana ngaphansi kwalesi simo ngokokuqala emva kweminyaka ewu-26 sikwintando yeningi ngoba sikhungethwe ileli gciwane ebekade sonke singalilungiselele i-COVID-19. Babalulileke ukuthi bayafisa ukuthi umnyango waka social development awube khona uzokhuluma nabo ngoba ziningi izinto umnyango wa social development ozenzayo othinta ikakhulukazi izimpilo zabo njengabantu besifazane. Bafisa futhi ukuthi akube khona nabakwa health ukuthi nabo babe khona batshela ngendaba yezempilo ukuthi njengoba sikulesi sikhathi se-COVID-19 siku lockdown abantu besifazane ngasesayidini lezempilo bethinteke kangakanani, ikakhulukazi futhi ngoba naseminyangweni yezempilo abantu abaningi abakwi forefront abantu besifazane. Nanokuthi ke nalabo saphinda futhi bacela ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibe nomnyango waka community safety ngoba kukhona okuvelayo uma sixoxa singabantu besifazane ukuthi ngesinye isikhathi uma sithi siyovula amacala okuhlukumezeka siyaye sithole ukuthi asiphatheki ngendlela. Somlomo kuzoba khona no premier weKwaZulu-Natal lo azobe ezokwazi ukuthi kena asiphe ekutheni sizobe ukuthi ama resolutions ka 2019 implementeke kanjani kuwona wonke ama department. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi sihlangene la njengabantu besifazane bakwaZulu-Natal sihlangene ngaphansi kwesiqubulo esithi sihlangene ngaphansi kuleli parliament la KwaZulu-Natal ngaphansi kwesiqubulo esithi generation equality, realizing women's rights for an equal society now. Sibeke ngesizulu uma ngizosichaza lesi siqubulo sithi isizukulwane esinokulingana sifezekisa amalungelo abesifazane ukuze sibe nomphakathi onokulingana. Sizokhulumela ke ngaphansi kwalesi sihloko namhlanje kuleli parliamente labantu besifazane lika 2020. Phakathi kwethu naphakathi kwabantu abazobe besenzela ama presentation ama delegates nomphakathi wonke okhona KwaZulu-Natal uzonikwa ithuba lokuthi ubuze imibuzo kuma presentation. Sizophinda futhi silinikeze ithuba inhlangano esinazo esishayamthetho ukuthi nazo zibeke ukuthi zona njengoba singabantu besifazane zibona kanjani zenza ama presentation azo bese bephinda futhi benza izincomo zika 2020 ukuthi ilokho abafisa ukuthi babone kuba ama resolutions ethu ka 2020. Siyafisa ke ukusho ukuthi sizocela ukuthi silandele yonke imigomo njengoba kade sivumelene. Sengishilo ke ngalawo mazwi amafishane ngiyanamukela nonke kuleli parliamente lika 2020 labantu besifazane bakwaZulu-Natal. Ngizofisa ukucela usomlomo wesishayamthetho ukuthi azosho ukuthi iyini ngempela ingqikithi okuyinhloso yaleli parliamente lika 2020 esikulo nanokuthi sisuka aphi nokuba namaphalamende abantu besifazane. Somlomo ngedlulisela kuwe Honorable NN Boyce.
Mphathi wohlelo dadewethu sihlalo wekomiti elimiyo equality of life mhlonishwa uphumzile Mbathacele Magaye undunankulu wesifundazwe sayithu saKwaZulu-Natal umhlonishwa uSihle Zikalala sekela somlomo siwa Honorable Deputy Speaker Ndobe usihlalo woyihlalo Honorable Mthembu sekela sihlalo woyihlalo besishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal Honorable Zungu usihlalo we-Women's Caucus yaKwaZulu-Natal umhlonishwa udadewethu uMadlopha Chairperson we-Commonwealth Women's Parliamentary Association kuleli khasi la KwaZulu-Natal dadewethu uMacaluza malungu ahloniphekile aKwaZulu-Natal zithunywa ezizena zakuba nathi zizomela egameni lezinhlangano zabesifazane ezisemva kwamaqembu akhoyo eShayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Bantu bakwaZulu-Natal nabo bonke abantu abasibukele kwinkundla zokuxhumana esizabe sisakaza kuzona, ngiyanibingelela. Nginibingelela ngaleli langa elibalekile kuthina njengeShayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal kule nyanga kaNcwaba ekuyinyanga esiye sibungaze ngayo abantu besifazane. Siyazi ukuthi kunamuhla masihlangene lapha ngale nyanga kaNcwaba sube sisazi ukuthi sibungaza zonke inkululeko esinazo, lezo nkululeko ezalwelayo ngabantu besifazane ababengaphambili kwethu bezinkokheli endleleni yethu yokulwela inkululeko. Mphathi wohlelo, ngivumela ukuthi ngikwazi ukubonga bonke omama abahambile ngaphambi kwethu. Kungaba ngomama ababe osomlomo kulesiShayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal ngaphambi kokuthi sibe yibona, omama abanjengomama uPeggy Nkonyeni, omama abanjengomama uLydia Johnson, the women on whose shoulders we stand. This is part of a distinct group of women who have led in the legislative sector after we have reaped the seeds and the rewards of wisdom, of freedom that was selflessly fought by the women of South Africa, regardless of gender and race before them. Laba mama abahamba ngaphambi komama uNkonyeni nabomama uJohnson babeka umzabalazo besazi ukuthi uma benenhlanhla babezoboshwa, kodwa uma ngaba ngokujwayelekile omama babeboshwa ngaleso sikhathi sobandlululo babesazi ukuthi bayawuthi bakhokhe ngempilo yabo nempilo yalabo abaseduze nabo. Uma ngisisho laba mama abakwazi usiqalela indlela, ngikhumbula umama uVictoria Mxenge owaye unesi waphinde waba ummeli, owathi wanikeza isikhathi sakhe ekuthaneni amele labo ababethi ngesikhathi somzabalazo, kakhulukazi ngesikhathi sama-1980s, ababethi bazithole beboshwa, abeseyabamela ngaphandle kokubakhokhisa. Umama uMxenge igama lakhe lakowabo uNonyamezelo, meaning that the one who can persevere. Uma ucabanga ke ukuthi wakwazi ukukwenza ukulandela igama lakhe, wapersevere, walandela, wabekezela ngesikhathi lapho wayengcungcuthekiswa khona ngabe system eyayiye yencindezelo eyayikhona ngaleso sikhathi, ukuze aze agcine ekhokhile ngempilo yakhe ngomhla ka-1 August 1985. Is it worth celebration and commemoration that our struggles were fought for, but were also as a reward of the lives that were laid down by women before us, even in the month of August, uNcwaba, inyanga yabantu besifazane. Sihlangene lana namhlanje siyacabanga ukuthi emva kweminyaka engama-35 emveni kokubulawa kwamama uMxenge, masikhumbule ibanga abalihambayo yena kwakunye nalabo awayekhula nabo isizukulwana sakhe. Sihlangene lana sizothi masikhumbule ukuthi kukhona imizabalazo yomuntu wesifazane kungenzeka esiyitholayo njengamantombazana, njengabomama, njengabogogo, njengabosisi, njengabalingane kwakunye nanjengamakhosikazi. Kodwa leyo mizabalazo esibhekana nayo imihla namalanga yimizabalazo ekumele sibhekane nayo, ngoba bakhona abazabalaza benza ukuthi kube nemithetho ebekwayo esivumelayo ukuthi sikwazi nathi ukuba inxalenye yako konke okuyinqubekela phambili. Ngithi mangicabanga ukuthi umama uVictoria Mxenge esithi kulonyaka iminyaka u-35 waye wasishiya, waye unesi uqala, ube sesicabanga ukuthi kulesikhathi esiphila kusona soCOVID kukhona abantu besifazane abanikela izimpilo zabo imihla namalanga. Kungenzeka ukuthi basebenza njengonesi, basebenza njengodokotela, basebenza njengazo zonke izspecialist eminyangweni yezempilo. Abanye bakhona kulabo esithi zi-frontline abasebenza kwezokuphepha, abasebenza ezitolo, abasebenza emagaraji, bengabantu besifazane kule nyanga. Ngenyanga lapho bathi mabephuma bazi ukuthi bayokwenza kube ngumehluko wokuvikela iNingizimu Afrika ekutholeni igciwane leCOVID. Kodwa bayazi ukuthi okunye okungabehlela ukuthi bona uqobo labo bathole lelo gciwane. Lokho kusho ukuthi istruggles zabantu besifazane dedicating their lives are still continuing. Siyacela sinxusa ukuthi thina sonke njengabantu besifazane ukuhlonipha labo mama abazabalaza ngaphambi kwethu, nokuhlonipha labo basebenzi babantu besifazane nabo bonke ubulili that we call frontline, whether in the health, in the security, in the retail, in the transport, and all sectors of our economy. We must respect them by being amanxusa at justice and equality in our own spaces of influence and communities. We will do that to honor the living women who are playing a role in these sectors, but we must also do that in honor of umama umxenge. Kule nyanga ke yabantu besifazane siyazi ukuthi njengoba kujwayelekile siyaqhubeka nokwenza abantu bazi ngokwamalungelo abantu besifazane. Siyazi ukuthi ukuze abantu bakwazi ukuwahlonipha amalungelo abantu besifazane kumele sakhe umphakathi ozowenza ukuthi ukulingana kobulili kube yibona obukhoyo kuwona wonke imiphakathi esihlala kuyo. We need to have a society that advocates and believes in legitimate gender equity. We need to be part of communities that respect the significance of solid family structures and values in building a more tolerant and developmental society. This can be ukuze sibe nako ukulwisana nokungalingani okujongiswe kuthi thina manina. Thina sithi sizukulwana ekumele siqhube umzabalazo wamakhosikazi kwilizwe esizolusungula kabutsha kwakugqitha ubhubhane woCOVID. Thina siyileso sizukulwana ekumele ukuthi sibonakalise ubekezelelwano nokuthi umuntu nomuntu unayo ukuzikhethela lokho okubekiwe kumgomo wethu wamalungelo abantu lokho okukhona nakumthethosisekelo. We must, as women leaders of today, speak against the discrimination that may be faced by women, especially women who are from the LGBTIQ community. We are this generation that must end discrimination, ensure that in our daily lives and daily struggles, we do not only preach equality, we do not only expect equality of women to come from others, but we start and lead in provision of that. We must be a generation that brings back public confidence to the elected leadership. This can be achieved by us leading a lives that are exemplary, being tolerant and accountable to the people that we lead. Ngithi mangikhuluma lokhu ngikhumbule amazwi engizowacaphuna akhulunywa ngumongameli wokuqala waseNingizimu Afrika ngo-1994 uDokotela uMandela uma wayesithi, I quote, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression. Our endeavors must be about the liberation of the woman, the emancipation of the man, and the liberty of the child." Since that statement, South Africa has made significant legislative reforms, developed and implemented policies and programs based on the 1996 Constitution, encompassing the Bill of Rights. Women that are working in the health sector and the other frontline workers. But ngikhuluma ngomamkhole emkhanya kude ukuthi ehluhluwe umamkhole wenzani endaweni ahleli kuyona. Ngikhuluma ngomama ozobathola kwindawo ezinjengakongoje ko-ward 1 wabaqulusi lapho umuthola khona umagatsheni ehleli ebuka abantwana abahluphekayo, ebuka abantwana ababhekene nokufa, abesele ethatha inxalenye yakhe yokudlala njengomama kepha engasadlali ekhaya esephumela nangaphandle eyokulwa. Beyond the current pandemic, singabantu besifazane beyond the current pandemic, singabantu besifazane sisaqhubeka ukubhekana nezinselelo zethu ezikhona. Yingakho kulonyaka sibonile ukuthi nangona kukhona ukuthi singakwazi ukuhlangana ngenxa yokuthi sikhona kuvaleleko le-lockdown, kodwa we must continue and hold our annual Women's Parliament virtually. Women must rise to construct and define the world's geopolitics. Beyond this, when we move beyond this pandemic, this parliament must also play a role in ensuring that it guides iyasikhomba endleleni kumele siyilandele ekutheni sidevelophe nokuthi sakhe kabusha ezomnotho kwakunye nezokuhlalisana elizweni esiza kulichaza uma siya phambili. We must lead the socio-economic trajectory, and more importantly, we must fight gender-based violence and femicide. Udlame olubhekiswe kuthina njengabantu besifazane kwakunye nokubulawa kwabantu besifazane kuyaqhubeka kuyakhuphuka. Ngiyazi ukuthi sizophumelela bodadewethu, kodwa masibuka izigameko esezehlile ndunankulu ukusukela ngesikhathi kuqala ukuvalwa okokuqala ngoMarch kuze kube manje kuke kwakhona zenyuka kakhulu izigameko ezibikiwe zodlame lwabantu olubhekiswe kubantu besifazane nabantwana. Siyazi ukuthi whilst we might be speaking about statistics of those that are reported cases, there are cases that are not reported. There are cases that always remain unreported. This must end. Kumele ukuthi singaxoxi kuphela kodwa masikubone ukuthi imithetho ethathwayo isishayamthetho neParliament iyasebenzela. The pain that we cannot fathom is that whilst we are engulfed by the pandemic, COVID-19, we are also facing gender-based violence. We are also facing the reality that we can be killed by those that are close to us. We have seen just now during this lockdown the continuation of the killing of women, and we say it must stop. These terrible episodes send a message to all of us that the struggle for women emancipation is not yet over. It is a continued call to all of us as women, partnering with all progressive people and men, that we must continue the struggle for total emancipation of women and the girl child. We have also noted that the women formations in their own have continued to unite themselves beyond the success of the Women's Parliament. Last year, when we were at Majuba, women formations of KwaZulu-Natal started a program of identifying households that they will visit during the outreach program, where they have contributed in order to ensure that they go and be the difference that we are calling upon, the difference that we must see from ordinary women. We are already seeing from the women formations that are party to the KwaZulu-Natal legislature. We applaud this progressive initiative and we pledge to continue supporting it, partnering with the women formations. This will be done together with the legislature's outreach program, which will take place in Uku on the 27th of August, and which will see all of you as members of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal and leaders of women formations distributing the much needed tools to fight against the spread of COVID-19. Honorable delegates, bodadewethu, malungu ahloniphekile esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal, nathi thina banke abantu esihlangene. This year we have gathered here on this technological platform under the theme that is Generation Equality, Realizing Women's Rights for an Equal Society Now, in order to ensure that the resolutions that will be taken today will be implemented. We are expecting that the Premier, after having done the preparation from Emajuba, will be part of giving us through the program, give and outline to us the road that have been traveled by government in responding to the resolutions that we took in last year's Women's Parliament in Amajuba. We are sure that the presentations that will also be tabled are going to empower us as women, are going to propel us in the unity that we have started ages before. As women of KwaZulu-Natal, we will continue to work together to empower ourselves so that we can be able to enjoy the opportunities that have been brought to us by the democracy. But also on top of that, and most importantly, as women of KwaZulu-Natal, we want to continue making both the legislature and the government accountable to the people that it elected them by continuing to participate in all those virtual platforms that have been set. In all of that, we want to welcome all the delegates and say, bodadewethu, imini yokuba namhlanje simanyane sikwazi ukwenza ingqikithi nomgomo wethu walonyaka uzalisekiswe. Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Ndiyabulela mphathi wohlelo.
Siyabonga somlomo wesishayamthetho kube siyakwazi ukushaya izandla kulolu hlobo sikulo ngabe siyazishaya. Sithi siyabonga speaker ngamazwi osusibikele wona. Amazwi akho esomlomo wesishayamthetho ayalibuyisa ithemba kumakhosikazi aKwaZulu-Natal ukuthi nakuba isimo sinje la abantu besifazane beyithola behlaseleka khona, kodwa uma sihlangene singabantu besifazane singakwazi ukulisana naso lesi sihlava se-gender based violence. Uthe uBishop Nxumalo singabantu besifazane siyimbokodo. Uma sihlangene ayikho into engasihlula. Kubalekile ukuthi sigaye singabantu besifazane. Siyabonga kakhulu somlomo wesishayamthetho. Siyabonga kakhulu amazwi akho nokusamukela nokusazisa ukuthi kungani sila namhlanje njengabantu besifazane bakwaZulu-Natal. Ngizocela udadewethu uZodwa asivalele ikhamera yakhe nemic yakhe. Nathi kabanye sesingaqhubeka senze njalo sivale kuzothi uma kufika isikhathi sokuthi ukhulume bese uyayivula ke ikhamera yakho uphinde uvule imic futhi bese uyakhuluma. Ngiyafisa nje ukuthi sengiyibongile inkulumo kaSomlomo ngiphinde ngizwakalise ukusho ukuthi kukhona njengoba si celebrate thina inyanga yabantu besifazane sihlezi kuleli parliament lethu kukhona abantu besifazane abasishiyile ngalezi khathi okungabaluleka kakhulu ukuthi siphinde sibakhumbule bonke kodwa ngizofisa nje ukubala abambalwa sishiyiwe lana indlovukazi yamaHahabe kingdom indlovukazi uYolisa saphinde futhi sashiwa udadewethu obekade eyinxusa lethu thina abantu base South Africa endaweni yase Denmark okudadewethu uZinzi Mandela. Saphinde futhi sashiwa khona esingeke simkhohlwe mhlambe ukuba sikho la kulobu buxhakaxhaka esisebenzela phansi kwalo ngabe sesiyasho ukuthi usibanibani ngathi asimboni. Siyamazi sonke udadewethu uDora Dlamini wayekade eyilunga lesishayamthetho sala KwaZulu-Natal kodwa ngokusebenza okuhle ubesese parliament elikhulu udadewethu uDora Dlamini naye usishile futhi kuwo lonyaka. Ngalokho makhosikazi akwaZulu-Natal ngiyafisa ukuthi sigebisa amakhanda sibakhulekele bonke ukuba imphefumulo yabo iphumule ngokuthula. May we have a moment of silence please. Sengathi imphefumulo yabo ingaphumula ithole ukuthula. Amen. Ngiyabonga. Sizoqhubeka ke neprogram yethu. Ngizocela ngibona khona isandla esiphakeme. Angazi noma siphakeme ngephutha. MEC Khoza. Isandla sakho siphakeme. Ngizofisa ukusho ukuthi eminye yemigomo esizosebenzela phekwayo namhlanje lena ethi amalunga esishayamthetho sakwaZulu-Natal awezukunikezwa ithuba lokuthi aparticipate namhlanje ngaphandle kukaSomlomo noNdunankulu nalabo abazobe benza ama presentation. Abantu okuyiParliament labo ilabo esithi ama delegates ababuya kuma women's formations yibona abazobe beparticipate ke kuleli parliament la namhlanje. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngizocela ukuthi siqhubekeke nohlelo lethu. Ngicela ukuthi sithole uHOD waka social development udadewethu uNelisiwe Vilakazi ukuba kube uyena ozesenzela ipresentation yokuqala. Over to you Mrs Vilakazi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the sitting. As the Department of Social Development, we have been requested to do a presentation on gender-based violence, its impact on women and families, and the department's plan to address post-effect on abused women and social relief initiatives during the COVID-19 pandemic. Chairperson, I started my presentation by looking at a definition of the gender-based violence. That gender-based violence is an act that is or likely to result in physical, sexual, and psychological harm and suffering to female or male, including threats or such acts, coercion or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether occurring in public or in private life. It encompasses acts such as spousal battery, sexual abuse, dowry-related violence, rape, including material rape, marital rape, female genital mutilation, cutting, and other practices that are harmful to women, including non-spousal violence, sexual harassment and intimidation at work, in school, and trafficking of women, and forced prostitution. A culture of patriarchy, Chairperson, includes male dominance and sexually assertive behavior, which is accepted in men, and the subordinate status of women, which exposes the women to gender-based violence. Policymakers and researchers have cited gender-based violence and gender inequality as essential determinants of women's HIV risk. The year 2020 was intended to be groundbreaking for gender equality. But instead, because of the widespread of COVID-19 pandemic, even the limited gains made in the past decades are at risk now of being rolled back, as the Beijing Platform for Action marked the 25th anniversary, which is this year. The pandemic is deepening pre-existing inequalities, exposing vulnerabilities in social, political, and economic systems, which are in turn amplifying the impacts of the pandemic. Girls and women and families are affected in all spheres by virtue of their sex, from health, economy, security to social protection, and the impacts of COVID-19. In terms of the economy and health, the compounded impacts are felt especially by women and girls who are generally earning less, saving less, and holding insecure jobs, or living close to poverty. This is compounded by multiple or intersecting inequalities such as ethnicity, socioeconomic status, disability, age, race, geographical location, and sexual orientation, amongst others, which influences access and decision-making to critical reproductive health services and information about COVID-19. Unpaid care work has increased with children out of school, heightened care needs for all of older persons, and overwhelmed health services. As the COVID-19 pandemic deepens economic and social stress, coupled with restricted movement and social isolation measures, gender-based violence is increasingly exponentially. Many women are being forced to lock down at home with their abusers. At the same time, their services to support survivors are being disrupted or made inaccessible. The early research reports reveal that more men are dying as a result of COVID-19. The health of women in general is adversely impacted through the reallocation of resources and priorities, including sexual and reproductive health and rights. And these impacts are further amplified in contexts of fragility, conflict, and emergencies where social cohesion is already undermined and institutional capacity and services are limited. Emerging evidence on the impact of COVID-19 suggests that women's economic and productive lives will be affected disproportionately and differently from men. Across the globe, women earn less, they save less, and they hold less secure jobs, and they are more likely to be employed in the informal sector, and they have less access to social protections, and they are the majority of single parent households, and their capacity to absorb economic shock is therefore less than that of men. COVID-19 is also a test of human spirit. Therefore, the recovery must lead to more equal world that is more resilient. It is crucial that all government responses place women and girls and their inclusion, which includes representation, rights, social and economic outcomes, and the quality and protection at their center if they have to have the necessary impact. This is not just about rectifying a long-standing inequalities, but also about building a more just and resilient world. It is in the interest of not only women and girls, but also of boys and men that in the family. So the impact of sexual and reproductive health, it's important that the provision of sexual and reproductive health services, including maternal health care and gender-based violence-related services, are central to health rights and critical resources away from this provision may result in exacerbated maternal mortality and morbidity, increased rates of adolescent pregnancies, HIV, and sexual transmitted diseases. Honorable Chair, the DSD response in terms of COVID-19 include ensuring women's equal representation in all COVID-19 response planning and decision making through dialogues, rapid assessment study as a way of getting evidence. Also, it includes integrating a gender assessment in all districts of KwaZulu-Natal, the assessment to understand the impact of COVID-19 on women and girls, including the economic impact and how to address it effectively. Evidence across sectors include economic planning and emergency response, and it demonstrates unquestioningly that policies that do not consult women or include them in decision making are simply less effective and can even do harm. Beyond individual women, women's organizations who are often in the forefront of response in communities should also be represented and supported each time they approach a government. These organizations should also drive transformative change for equality by addressing the care economy, paid and unpaid work. The Department of Social Development also supports the shelters for abused women and men. Chairperson, I must indicate that in the province we have 21 shelters for women who are victims of gender-based violence, and there are 2 shelters for men, which then shows that the majority of the people who are victims of gender-based violence are women than men. A shelter for abused women is a safe space for women and men, and where they remain there for a day to a maximum of 6 months to allow them to undergo therapeutic healing process and receive a psychosocial support from social workers. And it's important that in these facilities they also get life skills program which include economic empowerment for self-sustenance. Ngingabeka nje chairperson ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi abantu besifazane uma bekulama shelters noma bengakangeni kuma shelters, if beba-trained ukukwazi ukukhuluma ngokuzimela nokwazi ukuthatha iy'nqumo, kwenza ukuthi umuntu wesifazane lo osuke ehlukumezekile akwazi ukuthatha isinqumo sokuthi uyashiya la esihlukumezeka khona, akwazi ukukhuluma amelane nesimo asuke ebhekane nazo, ngoba sesibonile ukuthi abanye bahlala kuze kuphume imiphefumulo ngoba umuntu esaba ukuthatha isinqumo sokuthi ahambe la esuke ehlukumezeka khona. Olunye uhlelo programs that are offered as a response by Department of Social Development is the Social Relief of Distress, which is a temporary provision of assistance which are intended for people that are destitute and in dire need. I-social relief of distress chairperson ngiyacabanga ukuthi umuntu angakwazi ukuthi ayichaze kancane ukuthi akukhulunywa ngamaphasela okudla but kuphela, but luningi material assistance that can be provided as a temporary measure because of COVID-19 and other related matters ukuze abantu abathintekile bahlukumezekile ngawo COVID-19 nangokunye bakwazi ukuthi basizakale ukuya phambili. Okunye futhi esingakubalula okwenziwe uhulumeni wethu ngosimo sika COVID-19 ile SRD grant, a COVID-19 SRD grant that is provided by South African Social Security Agency. Ngingabika nje ukuthi chairperson, as of the 5th of August 2020, more than 5 million people of KwaZulu-Natal were reached in terms of receiving the COVID-19 SRD, Social Relief of Distress. And out of these 5.6 million, 1.6 people who are recipients are women, which then shows that nabo abantu besifazane le COVID-19 SRD grant bakwazile ukuthi babenefite kuyo ekhokhelwa i-entity ka-government uSASSA, which is a Department of Social Development entity. Towards the end, chairperson, I must indicate that kukhona lokho engicabanga ukuthi fanele sihlale siconsider ukushintsha njengoba siba nale ngxoxo namaphalamende sikubuke ukuthi singakushintsha kanjani ngoba sithola ukuthi esikhathini esiningi women perform the bulk of care work unpaid and invisible, which means that uma umama nje umuntu wesifazane usekhaya uvuka ekseni kukhona abavuka ekseni emphathohlelo bayotheza bakhe base umlilo bapheke bakwashe benze yonke into kushona ilanga makuphela inyanga akakhokhelwa, which means that umsebenzi awenzayo omningi akakhokhelwa futhi ubukeka njengathi awubalulekile kanti wenza ukuthi ikhaya liyaqhubeka nokuphila, of which that kuningi kusafanele sikwenze to empower abantu besifazane towards economy, towards ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bayimele, bakwazi ukuthi nalokho abakwenzayo ukusimamisa amakhaya abo kuqhubeke kuye phambili. Ngingabeka nje ukuthi-ke okunye okubalulekile chairperson as a conclusion ukuthi-ke this pandemic, it amplifies and heightens all existing inequalities, and these inequalities in turn they shape who is affected, the severity of that impact, and also our efforts at recovery. The COVID-19 pandemic and its socio-economic impacts have created a global crisis unparalleled in the history of the United Nations, and one which requires the whole society response to match its sheer scale and complexity. Honorable Chair, I must indicate that it's important that emiphakathini yethu sonke we must develop support structures, including support groups for both men and women, because noma ngaleskhathi siyakuphakamisa chairperson ukuthi abantu abawobaba ibona abahlukumezayo kakhulu abantu abawomama, kodwa at the same time kumele siyabadinga ukuthi it's like nabo siyabadinga kakhulu ukuthi abantu bobaba bakwazi ukuqonda ukuthi lokho kwenzekayo akufanele, nalabo abasupport amadoda ukuthi not in our name siyabadinga kakhulu. Singasakha isizwe sakithi ukuya phambili, singalwa nayo i-gender based violence affecta umsebenzi wethu siyisizwe siyabantu besifazane. uma ngabe ke sengivala ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi njengoba kadusho mphathi chairperson highlighter abantu abasishiyile abaphambili nathi kwa-social development silahlekelwe omunye o-director abaphezulu akade vele bedriver iprogram yomama unkosikazi uSikhakhane okwekuyena nje women's program was driven by yena in the department. So siyabuka nje ukuthi lesikhathi ngabe bekuye obengabe ukhona la to address ama issues aka social development as far as women are concerned. Siyafisa futhi ukusho ukuthi njengoba desichazile ukuthi abantu abaningi besifazane bahlukumezekile kakhulu isimo sika COVID-19 ngoba uthola ukuthi njengoba njengalesikhathi nje sihlalo ku level 5 abantu abaningi besifazane kwakufanele nobaba behlele emakhaya kungaphumi imuntu ilapho bengayi emsebenzini yilapho sabona khona izinga labantu abahlukumezekayo libaphezulu kakhulu sithinteka kakhulu siwumnyango wezokuthuthukisa umphakathi sifaka lolu hlelo ukuthi sithi si-provide i-psychosocial support. I-psychosocial support yila sibasiza khona asuke beyizisulu zokuhlukunyezwa ukuthi balulekwe ngokomqondo basizwe babe ey'ndaweni ey'phephile lezo bengizisho njengama-shelters ukuze umuntu abaleke endaweni la isuke khona yenza impilo yakhe ukuthi ibe sebucayini. Sikubonile kwenzeka lokho kakhulu kodwa-ke esikushoyo-ke mphathi usihlalo ohloniphekile ukuthi kuyadinga ukuthi njengoba isimo sikanjena basaphothwe nabo laba abahlukumezayo ababesilisa bafundiswe nabo ukuthi uma ngabe uthe uyamthanda uma ngabe mhlambe sekufika isikhathi ukuthi awusamthandi ungambulali kodwa mhlambe ihlukanani nje kahle abuyele ekhaya ukuze akwazi ukuqhubeka naye aphile ngoba phela ilungelo lokuphila likumthethosisekelo wanoma yiliphi ilizwe. Kusho ukuthi-ke lokho sibona kubalulekile kakhulu emphathi ohlelo siyabonga kakhulu.
Sibonge kakhulu HOD Vilakazi from social development. Sifisa nje ukudlulisa amazwi onduduzo kumndeni waka director uSikhakhane ukuthi ababodwa ekulahlekelweni nathi njengesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal silahlekelwe udirector uSikhakhane sibabophe amanxeba sithi mabaphole. Siyabonga HOD from social development. Umnyango kwa-social development ubaluleke kakhulu empilweni zabantu besifazane nakuyo yonke imiphakathi ngoba ukhuluma kakhulu ngenhlalonhle nangokuphila kwemiphakathi esikuyo. Delegates, I'm requesting ukuthi angizukunika ithuba manje ukuthi nibuze kodwa sicela ninote phansi konke enizofisa ukuthi ke nani kubuze azothi mayiseqedile wonke ama presenters ethu bese ke siyabuza. Ngicela nibhale phansi njengamanje ngicela ukuthatha leli thuba ngilinikeze iDepartment of Health ngicela uMiss Z Hlatshwayo kube uyena ozokwenza i-presentation from Department of Health. Over to you, Miss Hlatshwayo. Miss Hlatshwayo.
Ngibonge kakhulu sihlalo. Ngibingelele bonke amalunga ahloniphekile akhona nawo ama-participants ku-program. I don't see my presentation on the screen yet. Kodwa ngiqala ngikhulume ngesiZulu until the screen is ready with the presentation. Ngibonge sihlalo ithuba
Si-ready, siyasibona.
Yes. Okay. Ngibonge ke sihlalo ithuba lokuthi sikwazi ukukhuluma ngenkinga ebhekene nomama njengoba sibhekene ne-COVID. Sonke siyazi sihlalo ukuthi i-COVID-19 ithinta wonke umuntu nje emhlabeni iphinde futhi ithinte nathi la eSouth Africa. Kodwa ngathi iqala ingena esiyibona kumabonakude naku-television Sasicabanga ukuthi ngeke izisithole thina la eSouth Africa. Sasitsho hayi thina nje igciwane liyeqi ibhoda ngeke lisuke phesheya lize lifike la kuthina. Kodwa sonke siyazi ukuthi ayikho ivirus enebhoda. But kwakuyi-denial nje eyenzekayo uma khona i-crisis. Abantu abaningi bayathuka, abanye babe ne-denial. So we are also in denial as a country, but thanks to our government ukuthi bona-ke bakwazi ukuthi babheke ucwaningo abaluthola from i-World Health Organization, bangabheki thina i-reaction yethu benze lokhu kufanele bakwenze. So our government was very responsive.
Mrs. Chatwayo,
Iyazwakala?
uvule ivideo yakho. Yes, uyezwakala, but your camera is off.
Is off.
Yes.
Angazi i-technology ke siyangishaya.
Ukuzwakala cha uzwakala kahle, i-camera nje awubonakali.
I-camera engaveli.
Yebo dadewethu.
Ngicela iy'ngane zingisizeke ngoba ngithi on.
Okay, yibo kuqhubeka-ke lesikhathi bekusiza abantwana. Ms. Hlatshwayo, ungaqhubeka ne-presentation? Yes.
So
Yes,
bengisho ukuthi sinenhlanhla ukuthi uhulumeni wethu-ke usizile kakhulu ukuthi ukubona uresponde to the COVID-19 before we reach a crisis. Ekuthukeni kwethu-ke uhulumeni wasifaka kwi-lockdown. Abaningi bajwayele ngichaza babe ne-panic, abanye baba ne-shock okujwayelekile. Angibonakali namanje? Wathi angibonakali. Namanje angibonakali?
No. Kodwa ungaqhubeka ngenzeka ukuthi unenkinga kwi-connection.
Mhlawumbe i-network-ke mhlawumbe yona ephod, my camera is on.
Okay.
Ake ngiqhubeke ke sihlalo. Ngisho ukuthi cela islide esilandela. Ukuthi abanye njengoba ngichaza-ke babe nenkinga enjalo ukuthi bangafuni ukuthi so in the past 4 months as the uhulumeni eseshilo sikwazile ukuthi njenge-department sisize abantu ngokuthi sibaqwashise nomnyango wezempilo nationally. There were a lot of media and daily reporting okwenza abantu bebenolwazi abantu bayaqala ukuthi bahlise amaphaphu. So that communication was very important for us on a daily basis from the minister ukuthi singapheniki singathuki kodwa sibasabona abantu phesheya befa kwasabisa nathi thina sife ngendlela okwakwenzeka ngayo kwakusabisa. Okulandelayo-ke siyazi ukuthi women had to learn how to keep themselves and families safe during this time. Uma kune-crisis vele omama suke makuqala babheke ukuthi sivikele kanjani emakhaya. Siyazi ukuthi iningi lomama eSouth Africa, they are single parents, single mothers, young mothers, and we depend on the extended family when we get sick. So uma ungekho umuntu ozokusiza oseduze extended family, uyawucabanga ukuthi bethiwa ngiyagula iy'ngane zami ngizozisa kuphi. Ubani ozongilekelela, ubani ozobheka iy'ngane during the lockdown. So everybody had to come up with a plan lokuthi uma kwenzeka lokhu ngigula ngenze njani njengomama oyi-single parent. So abomama abaningi ba-advise-ana-ke ukuthi senze njani kodwa abaningi bethu outside of the provinces could not travel. We're in a crisis, so they have to depend on the neighbors and friends to assist them to come up with a plan ukuthi mengigula uzokugadela iy'ngane zami nawe uma ugula ngizokugadela iy'ngane zakho. Because that is the support system that you have as in our societies zokusizana uma kuthi kune-crisis. But the psychological impact was bigger at the beginning than the physical. Wayengakafiki ukuthi kube umuntu ogulayo. So kwakukusaba nje kuphela nokuthi siplane ukuthi mekwenze ukuthi nokuthi senze njani. So uma-ke ine-crisis enjenganaleyo umuntu ophilayo, sonke siyazi ukuthi all these things make you not sleep well. A fear of death is the biggest challenge. Awulali kahle, u-stressed, u-depressed, nokuba isolated ke nomthelela omkhulu ku-immune system yehlisa izinga lakho lokwazi ukubhekana negciwane iba weak. So abantu abaningi sasiba-advise even on social media ukuthi they must take ama-supplements, they must take izinto zokuthi zehlisa amaphaphu and calm them down uzakwazi ukulala ngokungalali nokuhlala ku-social media njalo ikona ukwenza amaphaphu ashone phezulu. Abantu babheke okushiwo yindaba kuphela. Not all the information that has come on social media yenza abantu ukuthi bagcine bethola false information esabisayo. Nokubuka amavidiyo abashonayo kuyasabisa kakhulu. So sasiba-advise ukuthi abangabuki kakhulu kacishe iFacebook ayibuke mhlawumbe kanye ngosuku angayibuki njalo because bonke ama-news are negative every time. Une-BP, your blood pressure will go up. So women had to learn very quickly thanks to our government's quick response on daily updates, washing off the hands regularly, avoiding touching your face, social distancing, cleaning our homes, and suspending cleaner ngempela nje sihlahla emakhaya ethu nokade wagcina uthula ukulisusa walisusa to keep your home very clean and ready ukuthi igciwane lingakwazi ukuhlala. So lokho sakwenza ke with the advice that was given yokuthi silungele ukuthi liyafika igciwane, at least our immune system is boosted and is ready to deal with the challenge. Next slide, please. Into ethinteke kakhulu ka-Department of Health is sexual reproductive health. Sonke siyazi ukuthi omama kumele baye emaklinikhi bayohlela, omama kumele bayoqubuza, kumele benze cancer screening, they must go and get ama-condoms to prevent HIV and sexually transmitted disease. Kodwa ngenxa yokuthi siyasaba siwomama bayasaba omama ukuthi bagibele amatekisi bezothola igciwane. But also there were restrictions eziningi zokuthi uma ugibela itekisi fanele bangake etekisini usanitize. Abaningi bagcine bengayanga emaklinikhi kuyanda izinto ebazidingayo for prevention lezi ngisibalile. Lokhu kuzoba nomthelela ngokuhamba kwesikhathi. Asikakatholi kahle iy'namba njengamanje, but I'm sure as we monitor quarterly reports, iy'namba zomama abalanda i-contraception, nabenza i-cervical screening, nabayoqubuza, nabayogoma iy'ngane izokwehla kakhulu. Lokho kuzo-affect impilo yomama ney'ngane, and so we're going to get a lot of pregnancies unplanned and illegal abortions because na ukugibela nje ngithi ngokuya eklinikhi ngo-terminate i-pregnancy ngingaguli unge-expose to igciwane. So abaningi vele-ke bazo-looker for options of going illegal abortions, and we're not discouraging that a lot. Abayafa abaningi from illegal abortion. So uvalo lwabo nje lulodwa lwenza abantu bangayi eklinikhi. Siyabagqugquzela-ke manje ukuthi abaye emaklinikhi noma kuthiwa awuguli, we still provide those services. Kodwa ukuhamba kwesikhathi fanele sithole indlela yokuthi abantu bathole i-contraception yabo kalula njengalaba bathola imishanguzo yabo, i-treatment yabo ama-chronics, nabo bangene kulo group le balanda ama-chronic treatments abo for contraception. Kodwa-ke inkinga esinayo ukuthi nabaningi bayajova. Umjovo awukwazi ukungena ku-chronic medication. Umjovo udinga ukuthi uze clinic. Bajova for 3 months abaningi eSouth Africa, and they use that type of contraception as the preference. Bayakhohlwa ukuthi amaphilisi. So instead of umjovo, fanele sithole enye indlela of administering the same treatment. Kukhona esikubheka njengamanje esikuqala ngayo okuyi-patch that you apply to your skin that can last for up to 3 months. Kodwa akakafanelizwa yonke iprocess ubuye sibheke kahle ukuthi esiyenza kanjani, because i-patch uyakwazi ukuthi umuntu umthumelele lona ngeposi afika asifakele i-patch ethangeni noma lapha esinqeni lihlale nje 3 months evikelekile. But uqhubeka nokubheka ama-solutions as time goes on. But that is the challenge we are facing enkulu is primary health care. Next slide, please. Government wethu-ke kuba-chronic patients and the elderly. Omama abaningi siyasibona baba noshukela, ibona baba ne-BP, ibona futhi abathanda ukuthi babe yidudla hlala. Lokho-ke kubenza ukuthi ama-comorbidities abo enza immune system yabo ibe weak. Futhi uma ubheka kulaba abahola impesheni ibizwa ukuthi impesheni yogogo nje ngoba ibona abaningi vele abantu abadala besifazane nabesilisa in terms of number. So that affects women more than men, chronic illnesses. So increase awareness campaigns to healthy lifestyle. Ukuthi abantu bazivocavoce noma engakwazi ukuya ejimini kodwa ahambe nje aqinise umzimba wakhe nokudla okunempilo nokunciphisa-ke isisindo sakho somzimba kuyakusiza kakhulu ukuboosta immune system. Kodwa omama abaningi abanhlwempu abakwazi ukuthi bathenge lezi ama-supplements abooster immune system. Mudla nje ulamula uyawuthola uvitamin C. Ukudla okuningi okufana ispinashi zinawo uzinc, kodwa i-amount of i-vitamin C oyidingayo to really boost your immune system angeke uthole kulamula kuphela. I-supplement goes a long way. Sizocela uhulumeni wethu abheke ukuthi ngeke bakwazi ukunikeza omama laba kuba-chronic vitamin C no zinc as part of their supplements abawathola kuhulumeni. Kodwa into esizoyixoxa lezo engizo-advise umnyango ukuthi awuzi-ede as part of the monthly supplies until i-COVID idlule. Ngoba uma udla umuntu ophuwa vele ukudla okudlayo ukudla okungenawo umsoco isikhathi esiningi. Kodwa-ke uma utshala isipinashi sakho udla imfino izinc uzoyithola no-vitamin C lezo zinto esidlayo no-carrot nani. Siyaba-advise ukuthi abantu badle ngendlela enikeza umsoco egazini to boost, because your first defense vele is your immune system more than yonke lokho okunye umzimba wakho ulwa negciwane. I-social impact useyichazile uzakwethu kakhulu, kodwa-ke nathi somnyango i-gender based violence increasile kakhulu during i-lockdown. Abantu abeza ama-victims kuma-centers ethu have increased. I can share my statistics later of how many numbers are coming, but they've gone up a lot. So victims are coming, but we believe that not all of them are coming because abasabayo ukuthi ahamba ayo-report e-police station, bafagibela itekisi ahamba ayo-report ekliniki actually ireshiwe, uzobuya is exposed to rape and also to COVID. So, but the numbers have gone up a lot. And also with alcohol drinking, abantu bebe-stressed abaningi bayaphuza. Lokho kwenza ukuthi abantu abaningi baba exposed to ama-perpetrators abo and they could not run away from them during the lockdown. Ubaleka ushonaphi kune-lockdown. Thanks to social development ke uthi unawo ama-centers ke okubhekelela abantu abadinga i-safety. Childcare facilities were also closed during lockdown, which put a lot of challenges on our workers. Kwasiyazi ukuthi amanesi amaningi nodokotela were part of the essential service. Manje unesi during i-lockdown kufanele emsebenzini umuntu osebenzayo kuthiwa akangezi ku-lockdown nabakwazi ukuthi bazokulekelela o-anti abasizayo. Wenze njani njengomsebenzi? Ingane uyishiya nobani ngoba nama-crash facilities nabavaliwe. It became a big challenge for most of our workers as to what they do with their children. Babashiye nomakhelwane, that is also not safe. And finding people to look after the kids. So for essential service workers, kufanele kube khona icebo esiqhamuka nalo lokuthi kwenziwa njani ukubhekelela iy'ngane while they need to go to work. But also siyazi ukuthi uma ukuthi awunawo umuntu okusizayo ekhaya, umsebenzi essential worker, uyahamba emsebenzini ubuya futhi ekhaya wenza domestic work. So usebenza kabili, which was very stressful for our workers. Ustresswa ukuthi emsebenzini kufika abantu abagulayo, that is additional stress. Se-COVID ubuye ekhaya futhi ufanele usebenze upheke uwashe uclean kwakho umuntu okulekelelayo. So our workers have been put under a lot of stress. But also iy'ngane mebeyishiyile nomakhelwane sonke sesiyazi akusaphephile. Kids are very vulnerable now when you leave them with neighbors. Omalume are usually the ones that are ababajwayele, are the people that are the ones that have access to the children, are the ones that actually being the abuser abajwayele iy'ngane. So nokuthi futhi uma uhambile waye emsebenzini uma usubuya ekhaya, what if ubuya negciwane uzothelela umndeni wakho. Nalokho futhi kwazi scary threat for abasebenzi bethu, and they are going through a lot. Kuyafiwa emsebenzini, depressed, stressed. So we need to increase our wellness services as a department and support our staff and give them enough PPEs ukuze bakwazi ukuzivikela. We all know. Okay. The elderly also are the most vulnerable when they go to access usashilo uzakwethu lokho njengisakuphinda, but also siyazi ukuthi bebe ngatholi ukudla, immune system yabo futhi it gets challenged. So sicela uhulumeni alekelele kakhulu ukuthi abantu abangatholi ukudla bathole ukudla. Sengiphetha ke sihlalo ngicela ukusho the last slide please. In conclusion, the Department of Health protocol and awareness campaigns have been very effective, coming to reporting that a person has been exposed to someone with COVID. They need to wait for the team to come and test them. It's still a challenge. Most people are not reporting because they are scared of the people that come with their white things. No, test negative. But that stigma still iyasala emphakathini ukuthi ifika abantu ithimba lengubo ezimhlophe izotesta kasibanibani. Angazi ukuthi iphi indlela esingayenza enye yokuthi siqwashise ngale stigma, or maybe more drive-throughs sonke sidlule kuwona size siphele stigma, or all sibe nama walk-in testing centers testwe wonke umuntu ukuze kungathiwa umndeni othizeni iwona onegciwane emphakathini. South Africa has dealt with pandemics like HIV and AIDS before, and we have adjusted very well with dealing with pandemic. And ngiyathemba ukuthi namanje sizoyinqoba i-pandemic as i-department nomphakathi wonke. Uma senza nje lokho okushiwoyo ukuthi sigeze izandla, mokukhwehlela kuthishu noma ukhwehlele endaweni ulahle ithishu yakho emgqomeni, singalokho sithatha ubuso, and self-quarantine has been also self-quarantine umuntu expose kuyena, and isolate yourself also if you've got flu symptoms ungatheleli wonke umuntu emndenini. Nalokho kuyi-challenge ngoba uma self-quarantine umama unengane encane elokhu ekhalela umama ekamereni evalile, wenze njani njengomama? It's a challenge. It's not easy to self-quarantine at home, and therefore maybe we need to look at more centers than self-quarantine for women where they can be put safe rather than akhalela ingane ekamereni evalile.
Siyabonga kakhulu Department of Health. Siyazi ubunzima enibhekane nabo ngalesi sikhathi se-COVID-19, kanti nathi futhi amathemba ethu singabantu bakwaZulu-Natal siwabeke kakhulu kunina ukuthi sizosurvive ngenxa yokuba khona kwe-Department yakwa-Health. Ezibhedlela masifika siyabathola abantu besifazane kube yibona abasamukelayo kuqala. Siyabonga kakhulu ngepresentation Miss Hlatshwayo. Ngizocela olandelayo from Department of Community Safety and Liaison Miss KE Mbongwa. 10 minutes dadewethu.
Angibingelele mphathi sihlalo, ngibingelele kumhlonishwa uSpeaker kanye nawo wonke amalunga esishayamthetho basakithi ahloniphekile, umhlonishwa uPremier, amalunga abahlonishwa abahloniphekile bonke beProvincial Executive Council, uDirector General, ama-HODs wonke, senior officials from various organizations, ngibingelele nakumama uBishop Nqumalo osivulele ngomthandazo, bese ngibingelela kubona bonke abesifazane kanjalo nezakhamuzi zaKwaZulu-Natal. Angazi noma i-presentation yami yabonakala, angakayiboni sihlalo.
Iyabonakala ngakuthina.
Iyabonakala ngakunini. Angibonge kakhulu sihlalo. Ngithi njengomnyango wezokuphepha nokuxhumanisa umphakathi, ngiyacabanga ukuthi abozakwethu ngoba ziyaxhumana leminyango yomthathi yasebenzisana, ozakwethu sebezamile ukuthi bakuchaze ukuthi i-gender based violence yenzeka kanjani. Kanjalo ke thina njenganomnyango noma emaphoyiseni sikubuka njenganamacala athinta abantu besifazane kanye nezingane. lawa ahamba kanye namacala athinta ukubulawa kwabantu besifazane njengoba sazi, nokuzama ukubulala, ukunukubezwa kanjalo nama-sexual offences ukuphathwa ey'ndaweni zangasese zabantu besifazane kungekho emthethweni, kanjalo nokushaywa kwabantu besifazane kwesinye isikhathi bashaywe kanzima. Kuyavela-ke lapha ukuthi iSouth Africa yonke nje neKwaZulu-Natal inamazinga aphakeme kakhulu alamacala njengoba sebeshilo nodadewethu. Uma sibheka kodwa ama-statistics aveziwe umnyango wezamaphoyisa u-2019 kuya ku-March 2020 kushuthi lo nyaka weyimali, kuvelile ukuthi kube khona ukwehla kancane kwalamacala lawa esiwabiza ukuthi ama-contact crimes, okwamacala lawa athinta ukuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane kanye ney'ngane. Siyabheka ukuthi kwehlile impela, kodwa uma ngabe sibheka la KwaZulu-Natal siyathola ukuthi akukho thina esingakusho njenganakwezinye izifundazwe. Kithi kuthe ukunyuka, kuvelile ukuthi amacala athinta kakhulu ukuhlukunyezwa abantu besifazane anyukile ngephesenti ngo-1.1%, kanti amacala athinta iy'ngane wona anyukile ngo-4.6%. Uma nje ngingake ngilinganise kusuka ngoMarch kuya kuMeyi kulo nyaka sibe no-2,219 wamacala athinta ukunukubezwa kwey'ngane kanye nomama. Siyathola-ke mphathisihlalo ukuthi kulama contact crimes njengoba sengishilo ukuthi involve murder, attempted murder or sexual offences njengo rape no assault. Uma ngabe sicubungula lapha eSouth Africa kuyavela ukuthi lamacala lawa ayi-second highest cause okuyikona okwenza kube i-cause kakhulu yalamacala. I-highest cause yawo ama-domestic disputes, kusho ukuthi ukuxabana kakhulu emndenini. Uma ngabe sibheka nje ifika ethulwe umnyango wezamaphoyisa sitholile ukuthi abe u-38,656 amacala i-South Africa yonke enzeka kanjena, and i-smaller number ewu-82 yona yenzeka kuphela uma abantu benukubezwa noma berejwa. So the majority of contact crimes esiwa-analyzile yiwona lawo esengiwashilo. Siyathola ukuthi uma sikucubungula lokhu, lamacala enzeka phakathi kwesisulu naloyo owumenzi, ikakhulukazi kwenzeka emakhaya abo. Lokho kwenza ukuthi kube nzima kakhulu ukuthi umphakathi ungenelele. Kwesinye isikhathi kwenziwa omakhelwane, kwesinye isikhathi kwenziwe abantu ababaziyo abazihlobo, kwesinye isikhathi kwenzeke endaweni zomphakathi okumbandakanya ngisho ney'ndawo zezemfundo uqobo. Sike sizwile ukuthi ema-university bayanukubezwa abantwana bethu baze babulawa. Uma siqhubeka nokucubungula siyathola ukuthi amacala amaningi alolu hlobo enziwa abantu abazanayo, kusho ukuthi umsolwa nomenziwa basuke bazana. Yiko ngishilo ukuthi isikhathi esiningi uthola ukuthi isihlobo, mhlawumbe umalume, mhlawumbe umfowabo walowo muntu, kanjalo noma abantu ekade bethandana mhlawumbe sebehlukene kanjalo. The top 30 stations ke iSouth Africa yonke recording ama-highest incidents of contact crimes. Asisalile nathi kwi-top 30 efaka iSouth Africa yonke. Laphayana nje iTheku, eMlazi siyabalwa nathi, iNanda siyabalwa nathi, iPlaces le eMgungundlovu siyabalwa lapho, iDurban Central siyabalwa, kanye nePhoenix siyabalwa lapho. Kusho ukuthi singamanye ama-police station ayiku-top 30 uma ngabe kubhekwa uma kucutshungilwa lamacala. Lezi ziteshi futhi izona ezirekhoda ama-incident noma izehlakalo ey'nkulu zokuthi kunukubezwa abantu besifazane esifundazweni sakithi. Kodwa uma ngabe sibheka kulezi ziteshi, uma ngabe kuza kuma-sexual assault lapho abantu beshawa khona noma mhlambe bethintathintwa endaweni lezi ezingafanele ekubizwa ukuthi sexual assault, sithola ukuthi kuphakeme kakhulu lokhu kwaDukuza, esiteshini sakwaDukuza, eMpangeni, eMountain Rise kanye nakhona eMlazi, uMlazi futhi uyaphinda uyavela. Uma siqhubeka ke sicubungula siyathola ukuthi ama-stats, annual report nama-statistics bayaveza ukuthi abakaqedi kona ukucubungula ukuthi ngempela ibuphi ubudlelwane obukhona phakathi kokusetshenziswa kotshwala kanye nokubheduka noma nokuphephezeleka kwalamacala lawa ama-conduct crimes. Kodwa ngesikhathi se-COVID, ngesikhathi kune-lockdown, ngesikhathi utshwala buvaliwe, sibonile ukuthi kube khona ukwehla kwalamacala from 29 March to 22 April 2019. Uma sikhompara nesikhathi esifanayo kulonyaka ka-2020 kube khona u-69.4 ukwehla, ehle ngo-69.4 ama-domestic violence cases njengoba uminister wamaphoyisa ayekade ebika. Sitholile futhi ukuthi ama-hospital trauma units ngokulawula kwe-Medical Research Council nawo futhi abe negciwane yalamacala lawo ukubala nama-domestic violence cases. Lokhu siyakuthola futhi kushiwo i-Institute for Security Studies. Ngakho-ke ukuvalwa kotshwala kungenzeka ukuthi ucacise ukuthi ngempela i-domestic violence did not materialize and the constriction noma ukuvinjelwa kokuhamba kwabantu during i-lockdown ngenzeka ukuthi iyona eyenze ukuthi kube khona ukwehla ekutheni abantu banukubezwe noma benziwe lamacala lawa ngoba abasakwazi ukuthi baphumele ngaphandle baye ey'ndaweni zomphakathi. Ayikho kodwa mphathisihlalo idatha noma i-information ekhona kwi-gender hotline namanye ama-call centers okuyiwona asebenza lolu daba aveza ukuthi i-gender based violence iyoqhubeka noma would increase. Kodwa it has been done kwi-Northern Hemisphere njenga nase-UK utshwala bavalwa kodwa amaphoyisa arekhoda 700 increase in calls from victims no 25% wama-increase ama-calls ayesuka kubantu besilisa ecela ukuthi asizwe ngenxa yama-abusive behaviors. Ngakho-ke ngizama ukuthi ngichaze la ukuthi uma ngabe sicubungula akakatholakali kahle ubudlelwane ukuthi ngempela kwenzeka kanjani. Mhlambe omunye umuntu angathi njengoba isibalo sikhuphukile KwaZulu-Natal mhlambe kwenziwe ukuthi abantu kade besaba ukuthi bekade behlezi emakhaya. Uma siqhubeka nokucubungula siyacabanga ukuthi ngenzeka kube nezinye izizathu. There may be other reasons for the decline in gender-based violence okuyona eripotiwe. Uke wachaza lapha udadewethu Mamhlatshwayo ukuthi as much as ibe increasile kodwa amacala abanye abantu abaningi abareport. I-constriction of movement and proximity to the perpetrators in the home prevented abantu besifazane ukuthi bareporte ama-crimes owing to being controlled by the perpetrators in fear of the police. So siyabona ukuthi ukuvimbeleka ukuthi abantu bangamove nokuthi bahlale ndawonye nabantu abenzi mhlambe kwenzile ukuthi abantu bangakwazi ukuthi bamove baye emaphoyiseni. Ngenzeka futhi ukuthi abantu besifazane noma abantu akuyibona abahlukunyezwayo bebesaba ukuthi baye bayoreporta ngenxa yokusabela impilo zabo ukuthi bazongenwa yileli gciwane. Mphathi sihlalo bengisachaza-ke nje kafushane uma ngabe sicubungula lolu bhubhane lwe-domestic violence. Bese-ke ngibuya ngiza-ke emnyangweni wezokuphepha nokuxhumanisa umphakathi ukuthi ikuphi-ke thina esikwenzayo. Njengomnyango wezokuphepha nokuxhumanisa umphakathi, mphathi sihlalo, silawulwa i-Constitution yase-South Africa, section 206, kanjalo ne-Civilian Oversight Act, kanjalo ne-SAPS Act. Kukhona okuningi esikwenzayo. Si-establishe i-Domestic Violence Compliance Forum. Le forum lena iyona edila nokuthi kubhekwe ukuthi amaphoyisa ayacomplya yini nezinto okufanele azenze. Ngamanye amazwi ukubheka ukuthi ayacomplya yini nama-requirements nezinto ezishiwo umthetho we-Domestic Violence Act neminye imithetho ebekwe abaphathi bamaphoyisa ekuthenini kufanele bayilandele. Nokuthi ke sibheke ukuthi baya comply yini futhi ekuthenini ama protection orders babasize abantu abazisulu ukuthi bayoseva ama perpetrators uma ngabe beziwe. Le forum ihlala ke on quarterly basis ukushuthi kane ngonyaka. Usihlalo wayo ke provincial secretary wethu ebese eyishare no provincial head we-Vispol ukuthi umuntu obekwe i-province lapha egameni lika provincial commissioner umama ubrigadier uKheso. Lapha ke umnyango uyaye uphinde futhi upresente zonke iziteshi okuyizona ezivezile esizibonile nesikhathi si-evaluate noma sizimonitor noma sizivakashela. Lapho sipresenta khona ukuthi ilezi ziteshi okuyizona ezingalandeli imithetho njengoba kubekiwe. Lokhu ke kube sekudluliselwa ke kwi-provincial management okuyihhovisi eliholwa ubaba u-Lieutenant General uJule. Ngaphandle kwakho konke ke ngaphezulu kwakho konke ke lokhu kwemphathi sihlalo siphinde sisebenze nawo wonke ke amanye ama-departments njengoba bese ngishilo o-social development kanjalo kwi-gender machinery wonke ama-departments angaphansi kwe-provincial JCPS civil society sibala befundisi sibala ama-community safety structures inhlaka zemiphakathi zonke ukuthi si-create i-awareness noma sazise imiphakathi nge-gender based violence. Siphinde senze ama-programs futhi okuyiwona azosiza abantu abazisulu njenganokuthi distribute ama-pamphlets sibazise ukuthi uma ngabe beney'nkinga ikuphi okufanele bakwenze. Siphinde sigqugquzele nemiphakathi ukuthi imiphakathi ayibambe iqhaza ekuthenini uma bebona ukuthi kukhona umuntu ohlukunyezwayo eduze kwabo kuyilungelo labo ukuthi bahambe bayovula icala uma ngabe kuwukuthi abomndeni noma isisulu asiyi ukovula icala. Kodwa ke mphathi sihlalo mangisho ukuthi kusiphazamisile kakhulu ke lokhu kobhubhane lwe-COVID ukuthi ezinye izinto asikwazanga ukuthi sizenze ngendlela sikwenze nje kwaba ama-scale anyana amancane. Ukuzama ke ukuthi sifinyelele emphakathini yakithi sibe nama-radio slots kushuthi siye sathinta ama-community radio stations ukuthi sixoxisane nemiphakathi yethu siyazise ngamalungelo ayo nokuthi ikuphi okufanele bakwenze ukuthi balethe izikhalazo zabo uma ngabe bengajabulile ngendlela amaphoyisa asebenze ngayo. Siphindeke futhi sisakazeke no WhatsApp number wethu wa MEC lapho abantu bekwazi ukuthi ba-reporte khona ngaphandle kokuthi bazisho ukuthi bangobani ukuze sikwazi ukuthi si-attend. Mphathi sihlalo ke i-district ne-district njengoba umnyango wezokuphepha community safety and liaison unama-district awu-13 i-district ne-district inomuntu okuyena esimbekile okuyena o-receive ama-complaints izikhalazo aphinde azicubungule aphinde axhumane nama-police stations lawo athintekayo. Okunye ke mphathi sihlalo ngokulawulwa ke i-constitution sinamathuluzi amabili esiwasebenzisayo ukuthi sibheke ukuthi amaphoyisa aya comply yini njengoba bese ngishilo ngaphambilini. Uma ngabe sesithola ke emveni kokucubungula sesithola ke sesithula ama findings ethu siye sibe sesenza ke i-improvement plan okuthi iplani lokuthi ngokuvumelana nomphathi steshi kanjalo no district commissioner kade ku cluster commander phambilini sivumelane ukuthi sizokwenza kanjani ke ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bazilungise lezi ndawo lapho sithole khona ukuthi amaphoyisa awenzile kahle. Uma ngabe kwenzeka ukuthi siyathola ukuthi amaphoyisa wakithi awaqeqeshekile njengoba mphathi sihlalo kuye kusiphathe kabi kakhulu njengoba nathi singabantu besifazane uthole ukuthi umuntu uthe uyobika icala ukhona oshilo SOD wa social development udadewethu ushilo ukuthi kukhona nalaba abama LGBTs abaye bahambe bayovula amacala uthola ukuthi umuntu uyahlekwa amaphoyisa ayamhleka ngoba awaqeqeshekile. Ngakho uma ngabe sithola ukuthi kukhona ukushoda kokuqeqesheka emaphoyiseni siye senze sure ukuthi siyabaqeqesha kulokho ke sikwenza sibambisene no-office ka provincial commissioner. Nge-COVID ke mphathi sihlalo siphinde sa-intensify ke i-monitoring yethu sihambela zonke iy'teshi lapho sibheka khona ukuthi akhona yini ama-resources izinto ezifana nama-kits ama-evidence collection kits okufana nama-swabs buccal swabs nazo zonke ezinye izinto. Siphindeke futhi saqinisa ubudlelwane bethu phakathi kwe-security cluster okubala o-health, okubala o-social development, kanjalo ne-NPA okuyibona esisebenzisana nabo koThuthuzela Care Center. Mphathi sihlalo mangisho
Miss Mbongo.
Okay. Mphathi sihlalo mangisho ukuthi ukumonitha kwethu kusizile sibe ne-practice enhle eMnewden. Ngonyaka ophelile eMnewden, isiteshi saseMnewden sasiyisiteshi esasikade siperforma kabi ukudlula zonke iziteshi KwaZulu-Natal umhlaba i-country yonke. Kodwa ngenxa yokuthi sibambisene sakwazi ukuthi sishintshe isimo lapho uMnewden njengamanje isibalwa kwi-top 10 yeziteshi ezihambisa kahle. Uma kuza emaphoyiseni ke mphathi sihlalo kuningi okwenziwa amaphoyisa ngalesi sikhathi. Kunama operations abawenzayo ekade bewenza kakhulu, distribute ama pamphlets bebambisene nazo zonke inhlaka besebenzisana nama CPFs. Kanjalo sibambisene futhi ne-Liquor Authority. Kuningi kwenziwa ama operations jointly, kuhanjwa endaweni kubhekwa abantu abadayisa utshwala nabaphuzile ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi baziqoqe mphathi sihlalo. Kube khona ke nezinto ezenziwayo ke futhi mphathi sihlalo ezifana nama roadblocks kanjalo nezinkulumo ezihlukahlukene zokuzama ukuqwashisa umphakathi kakhulukazi ukuthi bawenza kanjani ukuthi baclaim i-maintenance nokuthi bayi-applyela kanjani protection order ngoba kuyacaca ukuthi abantu bakithi abakaqondi kahle ukuthi ama protection orders bawa applyela kanjani. Mphathi sihlalo angibonge kakhulu.
Sibonge kakhulu Miss Mbongo, i-presentation yakho well prepared. Nakuba sazi ukuthi abantu besifazane bayakhala kakhulu uma ngokuthi uma befika ema-police station kwesinye isikhathi abatholi ukwamukeleka ngendlela namacala abo uma bemangalele ikakhulukazi laba abasuke bedlwenguliwe awahambi ngendlela esuke expecte ngayo. Kodwa ke siyayibonga i-presentation yakho ngezinto enizenzayo njenge department yakwa community safety ukwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi umthetho njengoba ubekiwe uyalandeleka and abantu base South Africa bayasizakala ikakhulukazi kule level esikuyo abantu bakwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much for your presentation. Sesizoya ke manje la sizovumela khona ukuthi ama women's formations abuze imibuzo. Sinesikhathi esincane nje asinaso futhi isikhathi esiningi ngoba ama women's formations asazonikezwa futhi ithuba lokuthi enze ama presentations awo ngokwama parties. Nomphakathi ke okhona la KwaZulu-Natal siyawunika leli thuba uma ngabe kade ulalele ukuthi awuthumele nawo ku WhatsApp bezokwazi ukuthi bathole ukuphenduleka kulama presentation ekade enziwa. Asiqaleke if kukhona ofisa ukukubuza noma ukukhomenta kulama presentation enziwe kwi laptop laba abaphethe ama laptop kunesandla uvela ufika upresse lapho kunesandla khona so sizobe siyabona ukuthi ubani ofisa ukukhuluma. Uma ungakwazi ukwenza kanjalo uzosho nje igama lakho uzomemeza ukuthi ngusibani bani bese ke siyakunota uzobe sesiyakunika ithuba lokuthi ukhulume. Anginikezeleke lelo thuba kunina delegates. Sengimnothile uKhaladi Mbongwe no Mavis Mdluli.
Umbali Shinga sihlalo. Umbali Shinga.
Umbali Shinga. Umbali Shinga usindi angithi?
Yebo sihlalo.
Thank you.
Nonhladile Ndlangamandla.
Nonhlanhla Gabela.
Shadile Ndlangamandla.
Shadile Ndlangamandla.
Dula.
Uba nomunye?
Oliswa Dudula.
Xoliswa Dudula. Umkhwanazi Londiwe. Okay. Siyabonga-ke okwamanje sisathathele ezandla. Socela ukuqala ngoKhaladi Mbongwe.
Ngiyaxolisa mphathi sihlalo, ngicabanga ukuthi i-mic yami unmute cha bengingabuzi. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, thank you very much. Mavis Mdluli.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo ithuba ongipha lona ngiyazwakala yini ba?
Yebo uyezwakala.
Okay, ngiyabonga kakhulu ithuba ongipha lona and umbuzo wami uthi lapha kwa-HOD ya Social Development angazi ngibona ngathi ikhona igap ekhona noma igap but na umbuzo wami u-social development usebenzisana kanjani no-SAPS when it comes to ama cases asuke sireportiwe ama incident of gender based violence. Ngikusho lokho ngoba ngibona kufanele ngabe kune interlink yokusebenzisana indlela nje ngempela ekhona eunderstandekayo ukuthi umuntu wesifazane uselreportile ke lelo cala useyenzile ne-protection order kodwa manje ayimsizi ngalutho kushodaphi ngoba laba abantu abaningi sibabona sebeze babulawa kusuke bekade behambile baye emaphoyiseni bayoreporta benza balandela yonke iprocess kodwa bagcine befile. U-social development yena ithini indima yakhe emva kokuba amacala esefakiwe ngoba unawo phela ama-social worker nayo nayo ilokhuza yakhe into angangena nayo la to assist ukuthi umuntu wesifazane avikeleke ngoba noma esereportile ukuvikeleka akukho yikho ke manje abanye bengasafuni ukuyoreporta lama cases kuma centers bese kuthi ke umbuzo wami olandelayo uzoba lapha yaku kwa health ukuthi ithini turnaround time yokuthi especially ezikoleni ngisho ngeincident esike yakhona nakho ke sebesireportile isikole ukuthi sekube neinfection esikoleni now Department of Health kufanele afike enze ama proceedings wakhe ithini turnaround time kuwena incident lapha kwathatha more than 2 days ukuba uDepartment of Health afike esikoleni afike asho usuku sekureportiwe ukuthi uzofika angafiki angasho futhi ukuthi angareport iqala ukuthi cha asisakwazi ukuza ngenkinga kuze kufone yena uprincipal manje abuza ukuthi hawusahlala nakho sekushayo 11-12 angafiki khona ngibuza ukuthi ke ithini turnaround time ngoba phela manje baqhubeka abantwana bayesikoleni sekuyazi ukuthi kune-infection sekunefiye othisha nabantwana kodwa manje Department of Health akafiki akasho futhi ukuthi yini indaba engafiki esefikileke ngikukhona into encane eyathanda ukubadida abazali ukuthi ena kulelo class okune-infection khona kuvele kube sekutestwa nje kuphela laba abahlala eduze kwalowo mntwana iclass lonke langathestwa so nalokho kwaconfuse kancane ukuthi kwaziwa ngani ukuthi lo infected uhambe kuphi nakuphi wagcina ethinte kuphi so ilezo zinto engidinga ukuthi ena ngicaciseleke uzona bese ukuthi community safety ngicela ukuthi njengoba ena sekungaselula abantu ekhona njengamanje engenziwa ngoba kubonakala ngathi ayikho ukuthi nawo amaphoyisa iwanikeze angazi amandla noma support noma yini lekhayo kangazi ukuthi umuntu esereporte case yakhe which is kuyinkinga nakho ukuthi makahambe naye vele lowo muntu awudeliver leyo protection order akukho comfortable leyo nto leyo kumuntu wesifazane kodwa kuyenzeka ngoba uthi efika lapha nawo amaphoyisa bajike abantu bamthuke lo wesifazane benze noma iniphambuka kwamaphoyisa yiphi into engenzeka ukuthi le protection order esuke isikhishi ikwazi ngempela phela ukuba i-protection order imvikele umuntu wesifazane le compliance.
Thank you Mavis. Mavis sicela ubuye sicela lapha yana kwindaba le yaka health ye turnaround time ube specific ukuthi isiphi isikole okhuluma ngaso lani babize khona abangafika so that
Alright.
bezokwazi ukuphendula.
Ngiyabonga. Little Flower Primary School.
Thank you. Ikuphi Little Flower?
Hello. Iseshowe, ngathini iseshowe nje kumlalazi municipality.
Thank you. Thank you very much Mavis ngama comment osuwenzile uzothola ukuphenduleka. Olandelayo umbalishinga. Socela ukuthi kena singabuza imibuzo eminingi ngoba sibaningi kanti futhi sisazophinda futhi silithola ithuba lokuthi sikhulume okunye sizoku-add kuma presentations ethu. Mbalishinga.
Ngibonge kakhulu Sihlalo, ngiyabingelela kubaholi bonke noza kwethu umbali loshinga ngila ogwini. Ngiqale ngokubonga kuma presentations eswenzelwe ama officials wethu abelungiseke kahle ngendlela esimanga siyabonga. Mhlambe ke a quick one lapha ka community safety uMiss Mbongwa ukhulume ngeWhatsApp line eya office lika MEC wabe sekhohlwa ukuyishare mhlambe sizoyicela ke. Then ke umbuzo wami la ngithandile lapha ya Department of Health umekhuluma udadewethu Zanele ekhuluma ngokuthi kahle kahle i-defense nje esinayo i-immune system yethu okusho ukuthi kumele sidle healthy senze nakho konke ke okunye. So ngicela ukufaka i-comment lapha ke ku social development ukuthi bakhulumile futhi nangokuthi social development i-social relief mhlambe akukona nje ama food parcel kuphela. Ngichecka ukuthi kulesikhathi kakhulukazi lesi se-COVID kungakanani abangakwenza ukusebenzisana neminyango ekhona ikakhulukazi lo wezolimo and rural development ukuthi kudistributwe izimbewu. Angikubonanga la engihlala khona and the surrounding areas ukuthi imbewu ngoba lokudlo sekulungile kunenkinga kubuye kube nemfula emkhulu engakwazi ukuyiwela kodwa mhlawumbe imbewu ingakwazi ukufinyelela kwabesifazane abaningi ngoba inkinga njengebasifazane emakhaya isibhekene nayo njengamanje ama issues okudla kuyabiza ukudla amanani anyukile kodwa mhlawumbe uma okunye singakwenza ama vegetables ayashesha. So siyacela ukuthi bayibheke lo social development ukuthi ngeke bakwazi ukuvukuza ukuthi imbewu zifinyelele kuthina ngobuningi ukulwa nalesifo kakhulukazi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo.
Siyabonga Mbali. Olandelayo Nonhlanhla Gabela.
Ngibonga kakhulu Sihlalo mama Phumzile Mbathacele igama uNonhlanhla ngilapha ya kaSwayimani ngaphansi kwe-district yaseMgungundlovu. Ngifisa ukuqala ukubonga ama-presentations wonke esesithe sawathulelwa engiwabona enohlonze futhi okusijabulisayo ukupresentelwa abantu besifazane bese siyancoma lapha ka-Department of Social Development ukuthi basiqashele inhloko yomnyango yomuntu wesifazane. Siyabonga kakhulu uhulumeni osiphethe. Kulapha ngifisa ukukhuluma lapha ka-social development ukuthi siyabona i-department yagijima iyawenza umsebenzi wayo kodwa besifisa ukuncoma ukuthi kunendawo Sihlalo wethu eyilapha ya emaplazini kunomama esazi ukuthi bahola imali engaphansi kwemali ekufanelekile okuyi-living wage. Esifisayo ukuthi iminyango yonke kodwa kakhulukazi ke lo wakwa-social development ngokuwona olwisana nobubha ngqo kubantu ekuhlaleni njengoba inhloko yomnyango ibalula insiza abaye bafike nazo uma beya emphakathini. Siyakholela ukuthi nangalesikhathi njengoba ehlile imisebenzi akukho la engahlile khona abantu siyababona bayaxoshwa kodwa kunalabantu abangakwazi ukubenefitha kahle kuhulumeni abasendaweni zasemaplazini ngoba uzothola ukuthi umniniplazi uyanqaba ukuthi bahambe benze ngendlela abafisa ngayo nangendlela abavunyelwa ngayo ilungelo le-constitution. Siyafisa ukuthi umnyango ubahambele kakhulu labayo mama kunabantwana okubafice bengagqokile enhlobo laphayana ubona nokuthi okuya ngasethunjini kade bagcina. Siyafisa ukuthi babahambele nalabo abasendaweni. Siyabona bayahamba endaweni zasemakhaya kodwa sicela kabagxile kakhulu labo mama abahlala endaweni zasemaplazini esibaziyo futhi bahlukumezeka kakhulu nangakho i-gender based violence iyayibe ningi laphayana ngoba nophuzo lolo lidalekayo luyaye lube namandla. Ngifisa ukuthi ngiye laphaya emnyangweni wezamaphoyisa siyacela ukuthi kube khona mhlambe inhlelo abazozenza ngoba kusekhona la ukuthi umuntu wesifazane ethi mayiyobika indaba yakhe ye-gender based violence ukuhlukumezeka kwakhe akuthola ekhaya bafise ngathi laba amaphoyisa engathi angaqala likhulume wona udaba aluhlulele wona abanye baze basitshela ukuthi bayaxoshwa ngoba kuthiwa bahamba udaba bayolungisa emakhaya noma kuthiwa bahambe bayobiza umndeni. Siyafisa ukuthi zingabi khona indawo enjenganalezo bese kuba khona ukusebenzisana between umnyango wezamaphoyisa no social development ngoba siyabona ukuthi iminyango engadingi ukuqhelelana le ngoba izinto ekufanele bayayisebenzisana zibalulekile kodwa sisancomo kwamanje ngendlela abasebenze ngayo kodwa zikhona lezo indawana ezimbalwa njengendawo esizizwayo ukuthi zingama hotspots siyafisa engathi bangaqinisa kancane kuzona. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngizwile lokwa social development kwaka health isikhulumi esidlulile njengamanje sibe sesingikhava kubona. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo.
Sibonge Mamnonhlanhla Gabela. Olandelayo ushadile Ndlangamandla. Shadile.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo womhlangano ngibingelele ozakwethu bonke eyamike i-concern ilapha ya kwi-presentation yaka social development. Ngifisa ukuchecka lapha Sihlalo ngizwe udadewethu ekhuluma ngesikhwama lesi sika 350 lesi sabantu abangasebenzi. I-concern yami ke Sihlalo ilapha ekuthenini umuntu ongasebenzi uthi kade applyele wona u350 wafaka nama banking details kodwa uthole umnyango usumkhokhela through iposi sekuthiwa akaye eposini ayohola whereas ubeshile ukuthi unawo ama banking details. I-concern yami sekuthenini ke uma esefika lapha eposini useyafika eposini kuthiwa imali ayikho iposi lishodelwa imali. So mina ngifisa ukuthi umnyango ube nakho ukusebenzisana nalo iposi okuhle kungathiwa abantu sebeshodelwa imali ngoba vele usuke ekhaya ngemali engekho usuke kade ibolekile. Uma sekuthiwa kabuyele emuva buye ngelanga elukuthi ngenxa yokuthi imali ayikho. Ngifisa ukuthi mina Sihlalo yini ingafakwa le mali kuma account abo abantu ngoba umuntu ngenkathi apply kukhona la ukuthi faka khona ama banking details akho bese kuthi laba abangenawo ama banking details mhlawumbe Sihlalo kube yibo ke abahanjiswa eposini kodwa umuntu osuke eshila ukuthi unawo ama banking details imali yakhe ayifakwe eposini. Okwesibili ke Sihlalo kulapha kumnyango waka health sibonge kakhulu i-presentation ibikliye kodwa Sihlalo ngifisa ukuthi mina siyafisa ukuthi uhulumeni wethu okhona abambisane kakhulu nomphakathi kakhulukazi ukuze sithole ama statistics correct akhuluma ngepandemic ngoba njengamanje uthola ukuthi umasipala nomasipala uyicheckela nje amakhanselawo ayicheckele abasebenzi bawo kodwa umphakathi lapha ekuhlaleni umphakathi awuthestiwe ukuthi izinga legciwane lingakanani. Ngiyafisa ke mina ukuthi sengathi uhulumeni wethu Department of Health ungakuye phansi lapha kubantu nokuthi abantu bangaxela ethi mhlambe ucela ukucheckwa kuthiwe hayi buyele emuva uyobuya uma usuzwa ama symptoms ukuthi mhlambe uphethwe umkhuhlane. Okugcina ke ilokhu kwamaphoyisa i-presentation yakwa safety and liaison ukuthi ayavisita kuma pay points. Cha la engihlala ngakhona mina ngize ngawabona amaphoyisa eyovisita ke khona lapha eposini la ngakithi. Ngifice nje ngibona abantu beyiqamelene ubone ukuthi iCovid oyedwa menayo vele bonke sebenayo. beqamelene khona lapha emholweni eposini. Kodwa ngize ngabona amaphoyisa, kodwa ngiyibona imoto zedlula zithi shwi. Kodwa angize ngakubona ukuthi kune program yokuthi bayolekelela lapha kuma pay points. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Thank you Shadile. The next person ozobuza uXoliswa Dudula.
Angibingelele Sihlalo, ngibingelele nozakwethu abakhona. Nami i-question yami, I'm posing my question to the speaker from social development. Ngiyazwakala Sihlalo?
Yes, uyezwakala.
Okay, Sihlalo. I-question yami, I just wanted to ask ukuthi, okay, as usisinelisiwe eshilo ukuthi there are shelters ne lapho kugcinwa khona like centers where kugcinwa khona abantu abahlukumezekile. So my question is, ngabe lama shelters are situated like in per district or in regions? Why ngibuza njalo? I feel ukuthi abantu bawomama, they are not safe kundawo abahlala kuzo. Like for example, mina kwi-region engikuyona, i-region esurroundwe amakhaya. So ngiyakufila ukuthi there should be at least if lama shelters ase one per district or one per region, sengathi kungangaba njalo abe khona yonke indawo, cause emakhaya kunzima ekomama basemakhaya ukuthi bakwazi ukufika kulama shelter. So bengihalela ukwazi ukuthi kahle kahle lama shelter since kushiwo ukuthi akhona akuphi, ase regionini or ase districtini. If ase regionini or ase districtini bekungakuhle ukuthi angabikho one per region or one per district, but abe khona escalate, abe khona nasezindaweni zasemakhaya lapho kunabantu abangakhoni ukuza emadolobheni. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you Xoliswa. Olandelayo uzobuza ogcina uMkhwanazi Londiwe. Londiwe.
Yebo, ngizabona Mike. Ngibingelele kumphathi wohlelo nakumakhosikazi onke. Malibongwe.
Celwa uXoliswa avale ikhamera yakhe bese sibona uLondiwe. Qhubeka Londiwe. Khwanazi Londiwe.
Bese ngibingelelile ngase ngithi malibongwe, ngiyazi ngeke ngikwazi ukuphendula ke.
Igama lamakhosikazi.
Kimina umbuzo okade ukhona oqala ushadile kancane bonke angazi miyakhala. Kodwa akushile kumina ushadile ukuthi nakhona eposini bafike bahlale abantu emakhaya kuphele usuku lonke lokho kuthiwa okay, uyangizwa manje?
Yes, siyakuzwa.
Hello,
siyakuzwa Mkhwanazi. Yes.
Okay, bengithi ushadile kuleya issue leka 350 ushe lokho ukuthi emaposini asemakhaya kuyaye kuthiwe nje inetwork ayikho, ufica ukuthi abantu sele befike nje ekseni bahlezi usuku lonke akwenziwa lutho, kanti umuntu benayo ibank account. Okay, leyo bese ikhavile. Bese kuba kule issue i-presentation kaMama uMbongo yokwasethi live comments. Ukhulume ngokuthi i-crime bantwana, i-crime against children increasile ngo 4.6%. Okunye lana emakhaya mama into eyenza ukuthi icrime inyuke kakhulu njengoba ushilo ukuthi abantwana ba-abuswa abantu abaseduze kwabo kakhulu. Siyaye sithi thina masingabe singomama abasingile emakhaya sifuna ukuthi siphume ngoba ngiyabona ukuthi abantwana bami bayahlukumezeka ekhaya. Sengifuna ukuphuma ngibe seceleni ngizakhele indlu yami kodwa hayi eduze kwasekhaya kwenye indawo. Uma sithi siyahamba siya emakhosini socela indawo. Uma umuntu wesifazane ongashadile noma ongalotsholiwe awukwazi ukunikezwa indawo. Kuyaye sebese kuyakuphoqa-ke ukuthi njengamanje sekufanele uwakhe khona la eduze kwasekhaya eduze kwakhe vele umalume igceke lilodwa vele sothi mangabe sihambile semsebenzini abantwana bethu basale bahlukumezeke. So bengicela ukuthi uma ngabe sebebuyela emuva kumphako nephela bake bathi kusibhekela leyo nto leyo ukuthi nathi sikwazi ukuthi sithole indawo yokwakha ukuze abantwana bethu baphephe. Bese ngiya kumama uVilakazi u-social development othe le mali ye-SRD abantu besifazane abayitholile ba 1.6 is it plus million. Okay, even though kungesiwo 50%, okay, akufani khona. Kodwa bengacela kuma ukuthi uma sebebuyela emuva baphinde bathi kuyibheka le mali abanikeza abesifazane especially besifazane ngoba le mali iyona eyondla imndeni kakhulu esuke itholwa abesifazane. Abesilisa abayibuyi nemali emakhaya kuphela bahamba bophuza ngayo utshwala babuye bazosi-abuse. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Londiwe, ngiyafisa ukucheck ukuthi uhlala kuyiphi district la abantu besifazane namanje bengakabi nalo ilungelo lokuthi bayitholele indawo zabo ngoba bengashadile.
Ngisemkhanya kude manje.
Emkhanya kude. Okay, siyabonga.
Sizoyilandela nomkhwenyane.
Yeah. Sesakhululeka savota sikwazi ukuthi namanje kusekhona abantu abasifuna abakhwenyana. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Londiwe. Ngizohlanganisa ke nemibuzo eqhamuka emphakathini. Umbuzo wokuqala uvela kuLungile Mkhize from Pinetown. Ufuna ukwazi ukuthi uhulumeni wenzani ngoku-empowerisha abantu besifazane base South Africa ukuze baphephe kudlame lwe-gender based violence. Owesibili umbuzo esiwutholayo uqhamuka kuGugu Mazibuko uthi wa-register indlu ye-RDP ngo-1996 kuze kube manje akakaze ayithole lokhetshelwa nje ukuthi uku-waiting list
lapha phandle emagaraji imindi elifile emva kwe-fridge.
Socela ke sivale ama-mic ethu uma singekho kwi-floor. Uyaphinda ke uthi ama-ARV treatment amphatha kabi hawu avele nje amenze abukeke ngathi ukhulile. Okay, ARV treatments, yes. uMaria Mbatha from Inanda uthi ushadile unomnyaka u-35 naye kade eqalile apply le-RDP house kodwa akayitholi. Akazi ukuthi ke kwenziwa yini ukuthi angayitholi i-RDP house kodwa ke lo uya ka human settlement nalona omunye uya kwa human settlement. Sizodlulisela kuyo le department. Omunye ubuye kuNomondolwane Mthethwa from Ward 9 kwaDukuza. Uthi ufuna ukwazi ngama programs akhona u-empowerisha abantu besifazane kwi district yase Ilembe. Omunye uthi okay, yonke ke lembuzo sizoyidlulisela kuma department kakhulukazi la akhuluma ngo human settlement ukuze bakwazi ukuthi baphenduleke ukuthi uku-applyela ama-RDP houses ngabe bayakulandeleka ngendlela efanelekile. Ngizocela ke ama-presenters ethu awu-2 oku-health no-social development imibuzo eminingi bekade iqonde kubona ukuthi baphendule. Asiqale ngo-social development. Uzophendula sisi uno 3 minutes nje ukuthi uphendule. Social development usenathi.
Sorry,
Sorry, Chair, could
Thank you
I be
very much,
recognized?
Honorable Chair.
May I be
am
recognized to
still
answer the
here.
question?
Yes, Jenny.
Thank you, Chair. Is it possible that I could ask a question of safety and security and also of the health department, please?
Yes, you can ask a question.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll turn on my camera now. Give me a moment.
Yes, Jenny, you can ask a question.
On the figures with regard to COVID-19. I have on good authority from various clinics, I'm on the Pinetown Clinic Committee, and from various clinics within the Buertes Hill area, and having spoken to MPL members, that in the clinics and the government hospitals, because of the lack of testing kits, the criteria is you have to be either over 55 or have comorbidities, which means anybody under the age of 55 who goes to a government institution for testing is only sent home and told to isolate. That completely messes with the figures, and I'd like to have a comment back on that, because it means that age group of who's been affected by COVID and who's getting sick are only those who are seriously getting sick and going into hospitals. Now, for the Department of Social Safety, I would like to ask the question about, could you do yourself a favor and go to any police station? I challenge you to go to any police station. Just sit there for half an hour as if you're waiting your turn and count how many ladies come in to try and report gender-based violent crimes. They've taken family members, they've used money that they really can't afford to get transport to get to the police station, only to be told that they need to think about it for 24 hours before they come back and really, once they've really made up their mind, lodge a complaint and open a case. I have seen this. I'm CPF chair for Central Pinetown. I'm in this police station often. I have seen it on numerous occasions. In fact, every single time I have to call the officers behind the desk out, because I see it happening 2 or 3 times while I'm visiting at the police station. The training for gender-based violence and the treatment from the police station is failing women miserably, and we need to up our game. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny, for asking questions and your comments. Social Development will respond. Social Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. Regarding a question ebuziwe mayelana ne-relationship between social development no SAPS, I must indicate, Chairperson, ukuthi kuba ne-referral system nabo kwa SAPS uma ngabe kufike umuntu ezovula icala bayamrefer kwa-social development. But also of late, because of the high number yabantu besifazane who are victims ze-gender-based violence, i-department ibe isiqasha ama-social workers, 153 social workers are placed kuma-police stations ahlukene. Lama-social workers siwaqashe sisebenzisana no-Lifeline. So they are in kwi-contract ka-3 years. Benza kusho ukuthi kudlula icala ngapha vele kube no-social worker khona on site ukuze kureferelwe kuye eduzane. But over and above lokho kusebenzisana no-SAPS, also kukhona nama-Thuthuzela centers that are managed by Department of Justice, akhona vele on site ma-hospitals. And then bese kuthi siyaluzwa udaba lokuthi kusizakale ama-farm workers because nawo axakekile adinga kakhulu. Siyalithatha lolo daba sizosukumela phezulu silulandelele sisebenzisana no-SASSA, because ama-farm workers abantu abahlukumezeka kakhulu considering ukuthi basebenza seasonally. Kusho ukuthi ngempela khona isizini la kuthiwa ukuthi abakwazi ukuphila. Silithatha kakhulu lolo daba chairperson, sizoqhubeka nalo. Udaba lwaseposini no-SASSA luyasetshenzwa namabhenki. Of late mhlawumbe ama-honorable members akabona kuke kwaba nolayini abaningi bekune-challenge ebikade ikhona esuke yenza ukuthi wonke umuntu afanele athutheleke asiwe aye post office. That SASSA is addressing right now. They reported ukuthi kube nama-technical glitch athizeni. Kona inkinga yolayini impela inzima, kodwa-ke sine-confirmation yokuthi ngempela uyaphuma lo 350 bayawuthola abantu bakithi u-350. Abantu besifazane njengoba ngathi inamba incane, sikhumbule ukuthi abantu besifazane wabuye wabathi chatha umongameli. Kusho ukuthi yingakho-ke mhlambe labo thothi abatholi ukuthi abahole nengane inamba yabo-ke bengakwazi ukuthi babuye bathole u-350 laba abaholayo futhi. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicabanga ukuthi Honorable Chair ngizamile ukwakhava imibuzo le ebhekiswe kwa-social development. Ama-shelters kuma-districts, all the districts, Honorable Chair, onke anawo ama-shelters, all the districts in the province. Bese kuthi ngingakubeka nje ukuthi khona okunye esinakho esibabiza ngokuthi ama-white doors. Ama-white door sites ilaba khona impela-ke emiphakathini la uwazi khona ukuthi uyogijima uyocashwa khona uma ngabe kunenkinga. Angazi ukuthi singenza kanjani ukuthi mhlambe mhlambe sizoshare ne-secretariat honorable chair ukuze sizazi ukuthi le ndawo zikuphi la ukwazi ukuya khona, kodwa in each district ikhona akhona these shelters asiza abantu abahlukumezekile. Bese kuba ukuthi mabili nje kuphela asiza abantu besilisa. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you.
Thank you, social development. Okunye ama-presentations la kade enziwa sizowathumelela ama-women's information nayo leya ka-social development ukuthi nibe na information ukuthi usebenza kanjani nokuthi batholakala kuphi. May I allow uHealth ukuthi respond?
Ngibonge Sihlalo. Ngiyathemba ukuthi ngiyabonakala-ke manje akazi mase kungconywana yini.
Awunazo-ke Mamhlatshwane.
Siyabonakala, okay. Kodwa i-network nayo iyangishaya. Ngibonge ithuba lokuthi ngikwazi ukuthola le mibuzo ngikwazi ukuyidlulisela sikwazi ukusebenza kangcono njengomnyango wezempilo. Ngisho nje Sihlalo ukuthi njengoba ngithi abasebenzi bethu under a lot of strain. Amaphutha-ke ayenzeka. Laphayana e-Little Flower ngizodlulisa udaba lwakhona ngi-check ukuthi kwenzekeni ngoba ngokwazi kwami uma kukhona ingane etholakale ukuthi ithelelekile zonke izingane eklasini kumele zithestwe. So ngizocela ukuthi benze ngendlela efanele lokufundiseka kwethu ke akufani ke siyabasebenzi. I will follow up on that issue yase Little Flower. I-turn around ke Sihlalo yokuthi bafika nini i-department bazohlola iya ngama-departments ngama-districts ukuthi bathule nini ama-teams abo i-message nokuthumela ithimba elizohamba liyokwenza lokho kuhlola lokho. So angani say-turn around iyahlukana. Uma mina namhlanje ngithi ngiyareport ukuthi ngibe exposed ngifona le number lesinikezwa i-department on the same day noma ngakusasa base sebefikile ithimba lizohlola umuntu oreportile. Into eyinkinga ukuthi ungasebenzisa amathimba lawo esiwathumela emakhaya uhambe uye eclinic ngoba eclinic babhekene nabantu abagulayo. Uma ngingakaguli ngithi hayi ngicabanga ukuthi ngithelelekile asifonele inamba kuze amathimba ekhaya azosihlola ahlole sonke ekhaya. That is the method that you are using right now. Kodwa engirecommendayo kade ngisho kwi-presentation ngokuhamba kwesikhathi akube khona ama-drive-thrus for everybody that wants to test. Akube khona ama-walk-ins kuma-centers athizeni where we can just go and test irrespective ukuthi ufuna ukuzazi ukuthi uthelelekile or not.
kodwa asikwazi ukwandisa iy'namba emaklinikhi ethu ngoba siyazi ukuthi kwanda kwey'namba emaklinikhi ethu kwanda ama-queues kwanda futhi ukuthi igciwane litheleleke abantu basemaklinikhi abantu abagulayo uzothi uyothesta eklinikhi ungenalutho ube usunegciwane so si-avoida lokho ukuthi nabantu abasebenzayo babhekane nabantu abagulayo kuphela. We are not recommending that as a department. Lena ukuthi sitheste abantu aba-over 55 ingoba bawu-high risk. Njengoba ngichazile abantu abano-diabetes abano-hypertension are at high risk. Therefore, we prioritize high-risk people to come and test more than everybody else. Nokuhlala emakhaya sithe abantu abano-high risk abangahambi kakhulu. So nalokho ukuthi ahamba eklinikhi umuntu osemdala uyazi-expose egibela itekisi afike eklinikhi mhlawumbe seyithola igciwane ekade ukulithola uba uhlala ekhaya wacela uzothestwa ekhaya kungcono ukuthestwa ekhaya because it limits your traveling and your exposure to the virus. So we are not perfect yet, but we will get there with your inputs during these letters zodlulisa eminyangweni nakungqongqoshe. Abantu ke abaxoshwa emaklinikhi njengamanje njengoba ngichazile abantu abangaguli uma ukuthi ngiyayisola nje ukuthi nginegciwane kuthiwa hambe ekhaya so thumela ithimba lihlolele ekhaya. So those are the people that are being chased away at the moment. Hayi ukuthi asibanakekele lezi thimba lizokuhlola ekhaya nomndeni wakho. Ama-statistics ade ebuzwa awekho ama-statistics aphuma ngomasipala nomasipala. Awekho ama-statistics aphuma nge-province. All ama-statistics esiwatholayo abantu abanegciwane aqhama from National Department ekuthiwa National Center for Disease Control. Iyona kuphela nelungelo ukuba ama-statistics asehloliwe ukuthi ngempela wonke abantu esibathestayo siwadlulisa ku-national. I-CDC iyona kuphela wabhekayo waverifye bese ikhipha ama-statistics. Ungqongqoshe kuphela o-Department of Health uMkhize okwazi ukusinika ama-statistics zonke izinsuku and yawakhipha ama-statistics ungqongqoshe. Yilawo kuphela reliable. La amanye asho abantu awahloliwe ngicela abantu bangawabheki nala angena ku-social media angaqhamuka eminyangweni wezempilo abangawabheki abantu they are not true. Lo kade khala ukuthi ama-ARVs amenza kathi ubukake mdala. Noma kuthiwa yiphi chronic treatment oyidlayo sihlalo any chronic medication noma ushukela noma u-BP noma yini i-chronic medication uyadinga ukudla izinto ezovusa imizimba kade ngisho ama-boosters ukuze phela umzimba ama-chronic medication abulala umzimba athi kusiza kodwa abebulala your-immune system ebulala izinto ezithize egazini. Kusemqoka-ke sihlala ukuthi bese sidla lezo zinto lezo sonke sidle into ezibooster i-immune system sidle ukudla okunemsoco nama-supplements if you can afford to buy supplements. Lokho kuyasiza ukuthi umzimba ubhekelane nama-side effects of any chronic illness. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Mrs. Hlatshwayo. But could you please assist me ekutheni uresponde kwi-question? I know ukuthi uyichazile ngesizulu ukuthi indaba kwi-testing kwi-issue testing ka-age of 55 ngoba uthe bayi-high risk. Awuresponde nje kahle so that noyibuzile
in English
engezila ukuthi bona ulimi lwabo asilisebenzisi akazwanga.
Okay. We are prioritizing the high-risk patients for the reason that you don't want flooding of everybody into our facilities. We know that the high-risk people are the ones that have got chronic illness who are over 55. So as a department, we prioritize those to go to the clinic. But our priority is not to go to the clinic because if you go to a clinic, you're going to be in a queue. And it's difficult to manage queues. You might go there without COVID and come back with COVID. So the best thing to do is to go and ask people to come and test you at home, irrespective of your age. Nobody is going to say because you're under 55, you cannot come and send a team to come and test you at home. That does not have an age restriction. Anybody can ask to be tested at home if you feel like you have been exposed.
Thank you. Yes. Uzwakele kakhulu. Thank you very much. You have assisted us a lot.
Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am Hlatshwayo. Umbuzo ogcina siwutholayo phuma ku Facebook uNomondelwane akusumbuzo but i-comment uyacela ukuthi singenelele nakomasipala ekutheni babe nama programs abantu besifazane Noted Nomonde. Sizokwenza njengoba usho sinayo i-department yakwa COGTA ne-office ka-speaker na wonke amanye ama-department ayasebenza nomasipala kodwa ikakhulukazi uCOGTA uyena esizodlulisa kuye ukuthi angenelele. Thank you very much for your question.
From COGTA.
From
COGTA.
Yebo COGTA. COGTA.
Yeah, Slalo.
Yeah. Sizoba nenkinga uma ngizovuma ukuthi ngenelela ngoba no-human settlement kuzomela ngenelele. Sizodlulisa nje kunina because ama-response wama-department wonke sizowathola ngoNdunankulu uma ise-respond. Nanokuthi okunye kwakho lokhu okushiwoyo la kuzoba ingxenye yama-resolution aleli parliament lika-2020.
Angibonge Slalo.
Siyabonga. Okay. Asiqhubeke-ke ne-program yethu. Kuhlelo lethu olulandelayo sizonikezela-ke wonke ama-women's formations ukuthi abe nethuba lokwenza izethulo zabo kuleli parliament labantu besifazane lika-2020. We'll start with ACDP, Miss B Dladla for 2 minutes.
Angibonge Sihlalo, ngiyabingelela onke ama-women's formation nakhona kanye nathi namhlanje kulolu suku olubaluleke kangaka. Ngiyazwakala Sihlalo?
Yes, uyazwakala.
Oh, okay, ngiyabonga kakhulu. Women's Day is a reminder of the immeasurable contribution women have made toward the well-being of humanity globally. This has come without suffering. This has not come without suffering. Women have suffered hostile dehumanization from mediocre men. Even Sinanama Proverbs, behind every successful man, there is a woman. And this insinuated that women's place in the cycle of development is behind a man. But women have defied all odds and affirmed that whatever a man can do, a woman can even do it better. Therefore, in celebrating Women's Day, we reminisce on their role in ending the diabolic apartheid, their role in the liberation struggle. Women, be it by our mothers or sisters, have demonstrated with great certainty that any nation that sidelines women in the development process does not do this at its own prevail. The ACDP therefore resolutes that access to education should be favorable to women. Secondly, there is a need for a deliberate policy to enable women to have access to land. And thirdly, loans and funding should be awarded to women for business projects without a collateral. The warriors who fought for our freedom, Abo Mamlili and Gold, they made sure that they give us a podium to express ourselves freely as we are doing today. Let us take the baton and fight for the right of an equal future for our generation. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dladla. Siyacela ukuthi forward your presentation to Mr. Zondi. Thank you. The next presenter, H. Kulu, for ATM, 2 minutes.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, ngiyacela ukubingelela bonke abahlonishwa. Ngaphansi kwe-gender based violence. As ATM, note with sadness that every year during the month of August, the scourge of gender-based violence is experienced, especially in the province, as well as the country at large. South Africa holds a shameful status of being one of the most unsafe places for women and children, despite progressive laws and policies for gender-based violence. As a solution, we request that these policies be visited ukuze kubonakala ukuthi awekho yini only in paper. Also, we'd like to propose for consideration of justice-based capital punishment. Also, we feel strongly about our justice system that does not serve the African purpose. We need laws that are in line with the African customs and values. We kindly request that powers be given back to our traditional leaders, abaholi banikwe amandla as well as the training to do the work. Generation equality, ATM itiputsa, it's a solution, which means putting South Africans first. The micro or small business economy should be ring-fenced solely for South Africans and women in particular. ATM believe that if we as South Africans participate fully in the micro economy, the currency will be circulated amongst our own people and the rand value will be strengthened. We then implore our Premier of KwaZulu-Natal to change the bylaws that give
Siyabonga Ms. Xulu, isikhathi sesiphelile. Siyabonga isikhathi sesiphelile. Socela usithumelele ipresentation yakho ku Mr. Zondi. Thank you very much. Olandelayo MF Ms. S. Maharaj, 2 minutes.
Greetings, honorable members. The fact that women and children are at the forefront of victimology in domestic violence cases is a clear indication that gender-based inequalities within the South African community is very real. The purpose of the Domestic Violence Act is to afford victims of domestic violence maximum protection of the law. Yet, under this act, women find themselves at the mercy of a magistrate's discretion, where the magistrate can, instead of arming her with an interim protection order, he can decide to summon the perpetrator to a later date to give his evidence. This results in delay of urgent remedy and prolonged abuse. Perhaps the law can be amended to allow magistrates a quick interview with the victim before exercising their discretion. The failure by the police to enforce common law crimes of assault, crime and injuria, etc., and insisting that victims of assault in domestic violence situations obtain a domestic violence interdict before they will take action against the perpetrator is wrong and must stop. Gender justice must be mainstreamed in our schools to raise feminist consciousness in teenage boys, encouraging them to recognize patriarchal privilege as wrong, interrogate it, and work to change it. Dr. Vashi Sani is a pioneer of this concept. For the everyday South African girl, education is their only pathway out of poverty. We must infuse our school curriculum with gender-empowering methods of education for girls. Without this, the curriculum can never be a genuine agent of change. This Women's Month, the Minority Front awaits a new civilization post-COVID-19, a civilization of harmony, peace, and progress. Now is the time for women's voices and contributions to be heard and to grow from strength to strength. I thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Maharaj. Olandelayo, isikhulumi esivela ku-NFP, Ms. T. Ntlebela for 2 minutes. Sizocela uHlengiwe avale i-camera yakhe.
Ngibonge kakhulu. Angazi noma ngiyazwakala mphathi wohlelo.
Yes, uyezwakala.
Ngibonge kakhulu mphathi wohlelo. Njenge-NFP Women Movement, ngifisa ukuthi sidlulise our sincere condolences to all families who have lost their loved ones through COVID-19 and through GBV. Firstly, we acknowledge the theme of today, and I'm not going to repeat it. We all know about it. But see, NFP Women Movement, we still realize that there is still inequality in South Africa, and there are evidence of that. From the report of the 22 August 1999, the report which was done said South Africa has one of the largest inequalities in the world. Also, unequal access to social resources like land, healthcare, credit, information, education, and decision-making power. So such inequitable violence and gender-based violence, including human trafficking and exploitation of women, which is very bad. The gender transformative interventions are slowly implemented and not serve a purpose. So as NFP Women Movement, we have resolved to be good role models to the younger generation, both males and females. Sibafundisa ukuthi kumele bathandane as a family, bathande omakhelwane, because it will contribute ekwi-nation ephilayo nokuthi singabi inhlekisa kwamanye amazwe. Sizo engage younger generation on leadership skills, especially young girls, to take spaces sabo effectively in fighting for gender equality in every sector and not allowing themselves to be used by men as their ladders. Another thing is that we are going to support women who are discriminated because of gender.
Thank you. So cela uthumele i-presentation yakho to Mr. Zondi.
Okay, ngiyabonga.
Ms. Maharaj, would you please forward your presentation to Mr. Zondi? Okay, thank you. Ozolandela omele EFF Miss N Nomtebo for 6 minutes.
Unibona ma?
Yebo.
Ninjani?
Siyahamba njalo isikhathi sakho.
On gender-based violence, ma, I think it is time that the conversation around violence that is against abantu besifazane, I think it is time the conversation is held with the perpetrators. I think it is time men have the conversation on as to why, because we can do so much as women. Firstly, I think Uguti will spend the rest of our lives with amabhodi abhale justice for Usbanban. What we can do as women is support the initiatives that include men in conversations about why women are being abused. Because if I am told to leave a man that is abusing me, we think that you have not dealt with the issue. What you have done is you have saved that one soul. But what about the next person that will date that same man who is abusive? And again, inequality in the sexes, where we economical equality. We're talking about where you find that a woman is holding a same position as a man, and yet a woman is getting paid less than a man. And as well, culture, our African culture, we believe that sometimes it plays a part in us being abused because men are seen as a superior gender than women are. And as well as us women making education fashionable, we talked about it the other time, that we should make education fashionable. We should learn to be independent. We should learn to go back to school, learn, and then get work. Because the reason why we go back and end up getting killed by our men is because we always go back because these men give us money, these men buy us things, these men are actually a source of income for women as well. So that is why we are actually on this women going back to school no matter the age, and as well the governmental issue enokwenza nokuthi we say that no matter how old you are, you can go back to school, and yet internships wethu or getting a job has a certain age district that if you are over 35 you cannot get into certain departments, or if you are over 35, you can only do this job, but you cannot do this job as well. That needs to be given attention as well. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Usibambile isikhathi. Cela forward presentation yakho ku Mr Zondi.
Yebo mangizokwenza njalo ngiyabonga.
Isikhulumi sethu esilandelayo sivela ku DA uMiss M Dluli for 8 minutes.
Ngiyabonga somlomo, ngibingelele and all protocol observed. Iteam yethu isizukulwane esinolingana sifezekisa amalungelo abesifazane ukuze sibe nekusasa elinokulingana esihle kakhulu. Siyabonga. Lo mhlangano okhona njengamanje Women's Parliament sifike ngesikhathi lapho izwe lethu liphansi kwenkulu ingcindezi ngendlela abesifazane abacindezeleke ngayo futhi behlukumezeka ngayo beze balahlekelwa izimpilo zabo ngesikhulu isihluku lesi. Phezu kwakho konke ke kwasekufika nalolu bhubhane uCovid-19 esifike sona-ke nama-lockdown rules okuthena kanti kuyagulwa kuyafiwa kunzima kunjeyana kwaphinda kwathayisela ekuhlukumezekeni kwakhuphuka kakhulu. Yonke into-ke eyenzakalayo emhlabeni whether inhle noma imbi imhlukumeza ngqo umuntu wesifazane socially or otherwise isithinta ngqo thina. Sithi-ke dudu kuleyo mindeni esithwale kanzima ngezehlakalo zonke nje zokugulelwa nokuhanjelwa zihlobo zabo ngezindlela ezahlukene, ukulahleka kwemisebenzi due to i-COVID-19 nokuphazamiseka konke nje okube khona. Njenge-Democratic Alliance-ke siyabuka ukuthi sekwenzekile konke lokhu umuntu wesifazane ethwele kanzima wonke umuntu ebona. Sinazo izinhlaka zikahulumeni ezikhona nakhona la kwi-province ze-gender based violence. Kukhona i-Gender Based Violence Command Center, kukhona SAPS, Persons Living with Disabilities, kukhona-ke futhi ngisho Women Caucus-ke kumasipala bethu nakuma-district. So lezi nhlelo lezi nhlaka lezi zinika ithemba kumuntu wesifazane ukuthi vele i-support ikhona angayithola uma efika kulezi nhlaka. Ngifisa ukuveza ukuthi siyacela ukuthi uhulumeni asibhekele iprovince yethu ake isibhekelele ukusebenza kwalezi nhlaka. Ngikusho ngoba kade liphuma khona manje futhi elinye igama lapha ku safety and security ukuthi thina njengabomakhelwane nababonayo umuntu ehlukumezeka sinelungelo lokusukuma sovula icala noma ke ku-reporta lokho kuhlukumezeka. Kodwa ngine incident la kwenzakala khona ukuthi omunye owesifazane ophila nokukhubazeka o-wheelchair ohlala yedwa in the middle of the night wangifonela washo ukuthi nangu lo muntu ebebethandana naye bahlukana abangasezwani ukhahlela icapha la uphihliza yonke into. Kwaze kwavukana nemphakathi-ke yasondela khona. Secela ukuthi ngimthintele amaphoyisa. Manje ngifonela amaphoyisa ngaba interrogated. Ngiqonda ukusho ukuthi mase sifika usizo i-treatment etholakala njalo ukuthi uphi yena loyo ohlukumezakalayo. Thina njengamanje khahlela icapha ukhubazekile uhlala yedwa umuntu wesifazane kodwa njengamanje wena expect ukuthi afone azifonele yena. Ukwazile kungifonela mina ngicela ukuthi uthathe inamba yakhe and all that ngamnikeza wonke ama details ukuthi aye lapho kodwa umbona ukuthi akanelisekile leli phoyisa leli ukuthi akafoni ngani yena loyo ohlukumezekayo. So ngempela siyalwa ngapha ngaphandle siyavumelana ngempela sonke singabesifazane ukuthi ayithintwe lezi indawo zizosisiza kodwa sidibana nenkinga. Ngaphinda futhi ngafonela lapha kwa Gender Based Command Center nakhona ngathola uku-interrogate okufanayo uphi yena kuba ngcono uma kureporta yena. Ngithi akwazi kuba ngcono uma kureporta yena ngoba njengamanje usenkingeni uthukile uyasaba. Yimina engingakwazi ukuthi ngininikeze imininingwane nina bese nibuyela kuyena. Ngamnika i-SMS khona la kusendwa khona i-SMS uthi help yalaba abantu abaphila nokukhubazeka. Wayisenda naye lo message waphinda wafona-ke futhi isimo sesingconywana ekuseni. Akaze ayithole i-response kuze kube manje kwathi wakhona umuntu ozo sibuka ngokukhulu kwethuka nokudabuka angazi ngachaza ngithini ngemali ephumile ukuba isize ku-COVID-19. leyo mali manje ishabalale nje iphelele emehlweni 54 billion ukwazi kuvele kube ingayi lapho kufanele khona okwenziwayo ngasohlangothini lomthetho ikhona uma uqonda ukuthi ulwa nayo ngempela njengohulumeni qala phezulu phela asibone phela bengene ekhindi nabantu laba abathindekayo kanti kwenziwa yini ukuthi abantu bangaboshwa njalo nje kube lokhu kuphenyiwe nje mhlambe egcine sekuthufaza benene mhlela kanje bona ubazi buntshontshile kuthathwa inyathelo ezizokhombisa noma ubani ukuthi uhulumeni userious ngokuthi corruption ngoba njengamanje iyadabisa lento esiyibonayo yenzakala siya yonke ilegislation MFMA yonke into eSouth Africa umthetho usakhona ababoshwe abantu sibabone bengena nalesi sisho esihlale sisho sokuthiwa akekho umuntu owaphezulu komthetho akekho ubelayo beboshwe sibone abantu sibone uminister eboshwe phezulu ezikhundleni abatholakala benalenkinga ake kubonakale phela beboshwa ukuze nathi lapha phansi na wonke umuntu awusabe umthetho awubone ngempela ukuthi uyasebenza umthetho ngikhavekile manje kokuningi ingakho sengizothi cha ngiyabonga kakhulu Somlomo ithuba lakho sicela ukuthi konke lokho esipresent esiku-submithile please ngosiyami sisebenzele khona ngiyabonga
siyabonga kakhulu DA socela ipresentation yakho uyithumele ku Mr Zondi ispeaker sethu esilandelayo sivela ku-IFP Women's Brigade Miss H Ngobese for 10 minutes. Ngobese IFP.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo. Ile IFP women ngiyathokoza sihlalo hloniphekile ngibingelela konke ukukhona ngokuhloniphekileyo ngikuthekile mongameli weqembu lenkatha umhlonishwa uhlabisi nosihlalo Women's Brigade umntwana Khulze. In the economic and women empowerment, income inequality amongst women, especially black women, has deepened, remained stubbornly racialized, gendered, and specialized in the last 26 years.
Cela uNgobese avele iCamera bese umdluli aswitche off iCamera yakhe. Isikhathi sakho ngisibambile Ngobese. Isikhathi sakho sasibambile asipheli njengoba ngikhuluma. Sacela uvule iCamera. Okay, ababe bekuzamela ke eceleni beka-ke sengiyaqala-ke ngaphandle. Ngobese.
Income inequality amongst women, especially black women, has deepened and remained stubbornly racialized, gendered, and specialized in the last 26 years. According to women earn 30% less than men. The percentage is even wider for black women who earn way less than their white counterparts for the same job. Women in inequality must be addressed with the agency they deserve. So the IFP proposes that the KZN Premier should hold accountable departments that fail to implement policies that seek to empower women and addresses economic inequality against our women. As post-COVID-19 recovery plan, government must implement economic programs that promote self-independence, self-help, and self-reliance amongst women, such as means to own their own businesses, agricultural support to start one home, one garden, cooperatives, and access to funding and markets to sell. ATR MEC, and premier should play a leading role in creating and effectively implementing economic emancipation programs under their departments. Under their departments that specifically target to benefit and empower all women, including those in deep rural areas. Spearhead a Back to Basics campaign that will fast-track change in policies that will ensure the informal economy goes back to the hands of local women in South Africa as part of post-COVID-19 recovery plan. Tighten regulations that will force local companies to employ and prioritize local women. In example, hospitality, security sector, and restaurant. Government must target efforts to address the gender pay gap which exists within both public and private sector and resolve where appropriate to take action against departments and companies which do not relate target in employing women and women with disability. Remove red tape in monopolized industries, which makes it difficult for Black women to participate economically in industries such as ocean economy, mining, supply chain industry, and many others. There must be a campaign of change the gender narrative that seeks to address the lack of female representation in all industries. We want to see women from the BEE on other empowerment programs. Tendering systems have failed to transform the lives of ordinary women. It has been corrupted to benefit the few politically connected individuals. A few system must be developed that will be incorruptible. Establishes a special corruption court which will deal with the tendering corruption, starting with those who squandered the 500 billion COVID-19 funds, and in gender-based violence and feminism. The IFP feels that women in inequality will not be achieved in South Africa with the ever-rising crime statistics, especially against women. It is well documented that KwaZulu-Natal is the murder and GBV capital in South Africa. The latest crime statistics delivered by the minister, Begicele, increased to rape, crime, and murder in KZN for 2019-2020 period. Therefore, the IFP proposes that the justice system must increase the minimized sentence for gender-based violence cases to have specialized courts that will deal with gender-based violence only in order to avoid delay and backlog in existing court cases. The government must address the root causes of violence and moral decay by introducing further gender equality module from primary schools curriculum, where both boy-girl children will be taught and groomed to be better human beings in our society, to reform rehabilitation of inmates under the care of correctional services, as it is not effective. As part of rehabilitation of prisoners, the departments must improve hard labor of prisoners, including the manufacturing of goods that will be sold to the general public of South Africa and exported to the general income for the economy and the department. Social Department MEC, better funding for the NGOs that provide vital services to women and children victims on behalf of the state. Fund and capacitate shelters for abused women and children. Increase number of Tutuzela services across the country and make sure that they are well resourced. Employ all state-trained social workers so that every community will have access to social worker. Community Safety MEC must ensure that police stations, all satellite stations have sufficient supply kits. Prioritize gender-based violence cases by fast-tracking the cases and creating neutralized units in the department. South African police that will strictly handle such cases. Take action against immediately when women report threats of violence against perpetrators. To train police offenders on how to handle such matters and in general public trauma of gender-based violence. To have zero tolerance on police officers that enable gender-based violence. And in education system in South Africa is still failed to harness and develop women talents and skills that curtails their ability to contribute meaningfully to society. Many are able to enter higher learning institutions and acquire skills, but are unemployed and depend on social grants. The IFP therefore proposes that sanitary dignity programs for young women should be commended. However, corruption in the supply of sanitary child should be harshly dealt with. Rural schools must be equipped with resource and infrastructure to ensure better provision of education. Teachers involved in sexual relations with learners should be harshly dealt with. They must be arrested and blacklisted from the teaching profession. Government to ensure female graduates and employees are prioritized for economic opportunities and top management positions. Girl students with disability should be protected during the COVID-19 against abusers and rapists as they are yet to go back to school. Women living with disability and albinism. The IFP believes that the specific intervention need to take place regarding women with disabilities and albinism in rural areas. Women with disabilities must be part of economic mainstream and not be isolated. They must be assessed and developed according to their abilities. Government must ensure that women with disabilities are not used to front companies and benefit economically. They must be actual beneficiaries and benefit. Women with disabilities should be given opportunities to lead their own businesses and should be fully supported like other entrepreneurs. Provincial departments must start prioritizing the employment of people with disabilities and albinism. We are very concerned that the government is failing to meet the 2% target of employment of persons with disabilities. This must change. People with disabilities deserve to be treated with respect like any other citizens. Law enforcement prioritize safety for albinism as they live in fear of being killed for moti. People and other public servants be able to communicate with people who are handicapped and in health. Recent reports have indicated that women are most infected group with the novel COVID-19 virus, like Councillor Umbongwa at Umcheze municipality and Undlukulu Wakazashuwe. The IFP believes that health workers' PE be prioritized. Many doctors and nurses have lost their lives due to the lack of the gear. All women with health qualifications and training should be employed to assist the province in dealing with the escalating number of COVID-19 in hospitals. Government must provide all families that have lost loved ones with free health assistance and hire more unemployed women to assist hospitals and quarantine sites for cleaning and porting services. Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo Hloniphekile. Angizostart. Ifona yami.
Ngakodwa nosihlala ngamyuthile-ke manje asisamuzwa naye uqobo.
Thank you very much, IFP. Please forward your presentation to Mr. Zondi. Ama-presenters alandelayo, i-ANC Women's League. ANC Women's League ino 28 minutes, kodwa ibe isiyacela ukuthi icele kuhlukanisa kabili. Presenter yokuqala ino 10 minutes, Miss M. Shozi. Miss Shozi from the ANC Women's League.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable Mama T. Mbatacele is Social Vusethu Se Committee, Le Quality of Life. Special greetings to the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Ubaba Usihle Zigalala, wishing you, Khuzeni, a happy belated birthday, hoping you had a blessed day, Baba Wetu Khuzeni. Greetings to our Speaker of the Legislature, Umama Nontembeko Boys, all legislators that are with us today, Sibingelele wona wonke nje officials from senior management, we are phansi. Let me say all protocol is observed. I'm greeting under the theme that says generation equality, realizing women's rights for equal society now. Program Director, since it's a Women's Month, I would like to wish all women, young and old, a happy Women's Month. Mam Umbata, I'm humbled to get this opportunity. We are in a very tested times as the country. Since we are faced with this pandemic, COVID-19, ngifisa nje to share one story with bonke esinabo namhlanje kule debate. In our area of Umzumbe, under the district of Ugu, we are faced by a tragedy of young women being killed and thrown in sugar. As the society, we are finding it very disturbing and not safe. And we believe that the legislature can make a serious intervention.
Sorry
in this.
kancane Miss Shozi. Siwabambile ama-minutes akho awahambi. Sicela ungobese from the IFP ukuthi avale ikhamera yakhe because sifuna ukubona opresentayo njengamanje. Siyaphazamiseka. Thank you. Ungaqhubeka Miss Shozi.
Thank you, Chair. As I was saying, I believe that the legislature can make a serious intervention in this frustrating matter. On women empowerment, Chair, let me applaud our glorious movement that is led by African National Congress for granting young women subsidies. For an example, the NSFAS bursaries, kuzona zonke inhlaka zahulumeni, all government, we've seen all government departments, we've seen all spheres of government giving opportunities to young women ukuze bakwazi ukuthi baqhubeke nemfundo, because it is I believe that it's very important that we need to empower ourselves as young women. I think this is within us now, as we were given this opportunity, that we should do campaigns to encourage one another, especially young women. I would also like to touch on the generation equality, Chair. We appreciate uhulumeni lo obusayo kaKhongolose njengamanje, and I strongly believe we can do much better to be given an opportunity. That we want to see young women, young people in higher positions. Kungakube ba leader kuhulumeni or even in offices that are led by government. Comrade Chair, since this pandemic started, the rate of domestic violence has arisen. Women are reported to be raped and brutally murdered. And I feel that it is because of substance abuse and drugs in the society. Due to fear, Program Director, some women are afraid or threatened to report their cases. Because sometimes you find that if umuntu wesifazane kukhona inkinga abhekene nayo, ukhona abantu besilisa eduzane, that they don't want lo muntu wesifazane akwazi ukuyobika isigameko esenziwayo. Uyathola ukuthi bagcina bengasakwazi ukuba nesibindi to go and report those incidents. So angifisa ukuphakamisa kuleli parliament lanamhlanje ukuthi uhulumeni wethu obusayo ukwazi ukuyibamba uyiqinise into ethintana ne-gender based violence. I am strongly saying that, Chair, because we believe and we trust, and we've seen our glorious movement that is leading this government uzenza izinto ezinhle futhi ezilwisana nezinto eziphethe kambi abantu besifazane, young women in particular. Chair, I strongly believe ukuthi if simbokodo singakwazi ukubambisana, singakwazi ukuthi sithi siyinzala abantu, siphushe and force the immediate intervention, especially to our premier, especially to those MECs that are dealing with these matters of gender-based violence. I am saying that, Chair, because those people are the people esazi kahle ukuthi yibo who can fight izinto zethu. Isifiso sami ke Chair ukubona omama behlangene and follow the passion of our mother uMama uLillian Ngoyi, who was the champion and who was advocating strongly for the rights of women in South Africa. Ngiyafisa ke sihlalo ukusho ukuthi without wasting your time, as I was appreciating this opportunity, asife silwile siyimbokodo, together we can be able to rule and also to assist the society of South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal in particular, ukuze sibe nomongo, sibe strong, sikwazi ukulwisana nezinto ezingazinhle kahle. Angizuhlala ke phansi sihlalo without touching the parts of crime, the corruption. I also say kulabo bantu abathintekayo enkohlakalweni nabathintekayo kuzona zonke izinto ezithintana nokungasebenzisi kahle izimali noma ukungaqhubi kahle umsebenzi wabantu. Siyakuphakamisa futhi I fully support our premier. I fully support every decision that is taken by the legislature as a young woman, so that when they left the Biden sesele sodwa siyazi ukuthi sifunde kubona because they've shown us indlela abawuphathe ngayo uhulumeni. Thank you very much, Chair. Isikhathi onginike sona.
Sibonge kakhulu Miss Shozi, siyacela ipresentation yakho uyidlulisele ku Mr Zondi. Olandelayo from ANC Women's League, uMiss Mkhulise for 18 minutes.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu sihlalo walendlu yethu yokuhlala dadewethu uphumzile. Ngivumele ngibingelele usomlomo wesishayamthetho uMiss Boys. Ngokunjalo ngibingelele undunankulu kanye nongqongqoshe anabo kwicabinet. Ngiyafisa ukubingelela ngokunjalo amalunga onke alendlu yokuhlala KwaZulu-Natal. Maqede ngedlulisa ukubingelela kuma delegate wonke akhona namhlanje kule Women's Parliament ka2020. Bingelele zonke ihambeli nababukeli kuzo zonke izinkundla ezivuliweyo kuba sithamele kuzo namhlanje inkulumo yethu yokubonisana. Uma ngisho njalo ke sihlalo ngifuna nami ukujoyina bonke asebekhulumile ngaphambili ngaphakathi kwesihloko sethu phecelezi esithi Generation Equality, Realizing Women's Rights for an Equal Society Now. Ngivale ke lesi sihlokwana sethu esikhulumela phezukwaso osukwini lanamhlanje. I do want to express myself within this particular and important theme, but at the same time as I say that, reflect back from where we come from. Speaker or Chairperson, today 2020 marks 26 years in democracy, and as it marks that, we are sitting here as Women's Parliament in the democratic dispensation on the generation and generations to come. We are standing firm on the shoulders of amaqhawe namaqhawekazi alwile alwa ngaphambili safika thina sesiyingxenye yama beneficiaries okulwa kwabo. Namhlanje sihlalo, we are also standing firm because history is allowing us to do so. Ngenxa yelegacy yalabo ebebengaphambili kwethu. Kumile la sihlalo because omama bango 1956 nabo bonke ababe bahola sikhumbula imizabalazo esitshelwa umlando yomama uLillian Ngoyi, yomama Helen Joseph, yomama uMadikizela Mandela nabo bonke ababe khona ngaleso sikhathi. Sibheke emuva futhi sireflecte kulabo ababe ngaphambili kuma generations angemva kwalawo. And today we're saying i-generation esikuyona nama generations amanye asazolandela asazothatha onke from where babeka khona sase sithola lenkululeko. Simeke nama delegates onke kule nhlanganiso yanamhlanje Sikhumbula ke leyo mzabalazo futhi sikhumbula nempumelelo yabo konke abakulwelileyo kuleso sikhathi. But as we stand here and speak today, we are very weak emotionally, kakhulukazi as women of the time, because of situations we are finding ourselves under. We are being weakened, not because our immune systems are weak, but we are weakened because of the situations esidibana nazo and its implications. So weak sihlalo nama delegates because of the pandemic COVID-19. Not because we're weak emotionally, but also our immune systems in that case are weak. So weak because we're also seeing and observing each day numbers escalating because of this pandemic. Kodwa futhi at the same time sibona abanye nabathandiweyo bethu nemphakathi yethu nathi uqobo sihlaselwa ilolu bhubhane lomkhuhlane. Lokho ke sihlalo kusenza siqhubeke sibe ntekenteke ngoba sibona nomnotho wezwe lakithi untekenteke. Kuyasikhubaza lokho emoyeni nasemphefumulweni. Singomama ke njengenjini zesizwe sakithi. Uma nomnotho wakithi subuka ushrinka emehlweni ethu. Sibona amathuba omsebenzi ephela. Kanti futhi sinothisa ukuthi ingxenye ezinkulu zama sectors alahlekelwa yilamathuba emisebenzi bekugcwele kakhulu odadewethu namadodakazi ethu. Kulezo ingxenye zomnotho ngezibaluleke ngazinye ngoba mhlawumbe ngingadla isikhathi ngalokho. Kodwa ngibalula nje ukuthi izinto ke kulesikhathi sika 2020 i-epoch yethu esikuyo isikhombisa ukuthi mzabalaze sikona ke nathi njengomama usibeka ebucayini usenze sibe ntekenteke njengesizwe kulesi sikhathi samanje. Siwiki yesihlalo besivele sinazo ingxenye zezingqinamba ebezi informwa ama challenges izwe lakithi belibhekene nawo. Singebalule kodwa kokuthatha okuphambili. Singabalula ukungabikho kwamathuba emisebenzi, ukungalingani emphakathini, ngokunjalo nokububha esibhekene nabo esizweni sonkana. Mawo zifika ke lezi ingqinamba siqhubeka sicindezelwe phansi isimo esibhekene naso njengabesifazane bangalesi sikhathi okuyisimo se-gender based violence, mhlawumbe kokunye ne-femicide singayi-include kuleso simo esibhekene naso. Sengibaluleke zonke lezi zinto zihlale zisisenza sibe ntekenteke. Kodwa ke ogameni lenhlangano ebusayo i-ANC nophiko labesifazane be-ANC Women's League, we do take strength, we take courage as well because of the determination esinayo. Siphushwa ke ukuthi noma zonke lezimo sesibhekene nazo zisenza sibe ntekenteke. Kodwa the strength and courage from ababelwile ngaphambili ngoba kwakuyizimo zesikhathi kusikhuthaza ukuthi nathi kulesi sikhathi esikusona kukhona esisengakwenza futhi isizwe sakithi sisengaqhubeka sisaveke. Okwesibili sikhuthazwa nayinjongo nqangi i-strategic objective se-organization yethu yokuqhubezela njalo sakhe isizwe esingacwasi ngobulili, isizwe esingacwasike nangebala kodwa isizwe esinenkululeko yabantu bonke. Sithathane strength futhi ekuqondeni ukuthi lesihloko sethu salonyaka ka-2020 sikhuluma kakhulu ngokuba sifuna ukwakha isizwe esikwazi ukuba siqhubeke silingane. Kuyasikhuthaza ukukhumbula masibheke emuva ukuthi konje le-freedom charter injongo yayo yayithini kuwo wonke ama-aspects ekhuluma ngawo kodwa ikhuluma ngenkululeko yabantu bonke. Akukho la ibalula khona ubulili obunye obungcono ngaphezu kobunye ubulili. Uma ke sizibheka zonke lezo zinto siyakhuthazeka ke sihlalo ukwazi ukuthi kanti namanje sisengabuya sisukume sivuke siyithathe sibheke nje injongo nqangi yokuphila kwethu iyona ezokwazi ukusilekelela si-shape up, but at the same time sibe isizwe sibe izinhlangano zomama ezizobumbana ndawonye sisebenzele umgomo owodwa wokuba sisebenzele ukuthuthukiswa kwesizwe sakithi. Sesizibaluleke zonke lezi zinto esizibalulayo. Kubalulekile ke sihlala ukusho ukuthi sifuna ukuba sibone sakha izwe, sakha isizwe, sakha imiphakathi elinganayo. Ikona lokho kakhulu okusihluphayo njenge-ANC Women's League ukuba siqinisekise ukuthi siyaqhubeka njalo phezu kwalokho esikuzuzayo kodwa siqhubeke nokwakha nokulangazelela ukuba ne-equal society where abantu bakithi bezohlala bonke esimweni nasey'ndaweni ngokulingana kwakhona. Sifisa ukukubalula ukuthi kulesikhathi esikusona emva kweminyaka ewu-26 kuningi esingakubalula ku-democratic dispensation yethu. Singabalula okuningi ngokwama-policies ashayiweyo, ngokwemithetho emikhulu nemincane ekhona elawula izwe lakithi eqhubekayo isivuna njengabantu besifazane. Singakusho futhi singahlonizi ukuthi sikhulekela silwela i-prosperity yabantu bonke ezweni lakithi, and also that is being included and integrated in the policies of our own government through the views and contributions and policy decisions of the ruling party esingamalunga ayo. Sihlalo singakusho nje, ngiyafisa ukusho lokho ngilekelele nodadewethu abakhulumile ngaphambi kwami ukuthi uma sikhuluma ngokumeleleka sikhuluma nangokuthuthukiswa mhlawumbe kwama-policies esinawo ku-government. Kubalulekile ukuthi sikubheke lokho kodwa singakushiyi ukuthi la siqhamuka khona enhlanganweni esiqhamuka kuzo konje zona ziyawathatha in serious ama-policies lawo asuke akhiwe ebekiwe. Ngingasho nje ngiziqhwabe amahlombe mina kanye nodadewethu esiqhamuka nabo kule nhlangano ye-ANC nakwiphiko le-ANC Women's League ukuthi sibonile ngoba sibone nakusishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal ukulinganiswa kobulili ngaphakathi kumalunga. Sibonile imithetho eshayiweyo, sabona noku-implementwa ngempela ukuthi uma kiwa noma ikuziphi inhlaka zama-public offices kodwa inhlangano ebusa iyaqinisekisa ukuthi iy'thunywa zayo ziya lapho zibheke kubhalanse inani labesilisa ngokunjalo nabesifazane. Lokho-ke kuyasenza sihlalo sivume ukuthi at some point, at some stage, we will realize the equal society. We will realize through this generation the equalities, the reversal of the gender imbalances in our communities. We are very much determined and confident ukuthi uma sesila sikhona njengamanje sibuka la KwaZulu-Natal ukuthi ngisho isishayamthetho ngisho ngokunjalo i-cabinet yakhona inabesifazane abaningi. Sifuna ukuchallenge-ke inhlangano ezinye noma amaqembu amanye akhona ukuthi sengathi abengasithathi isifundo kwi-African National Congress in terms of the representation of gender in all the structures. Kuyileso sizathu siyishaya amahlombe ngoba sibone naseyinhlakeni zikahulumeni omkhulu la le nhlangano ihola khona kulonyaka ophelileyo. Sibonile nje naku-Transnet oyisikhondlakhondla senye yey'nkampani zikahulumeni eqoka umuntu ophethe le nkampani enkulu kangaka kube owesifazane. We congratulate ourselves ANC Women's League sihlalo ukuthi indeed siyawubona umehluko and indeed siyawabona ama-achievements kulezo zinto zonke ezinye esesidlulile kuzo nesezenzakele. Kodwa-ke sihlalo singephikisane futhi singebange umsindo ukuthi ama-ambitions wethu sonke njengabantu besifazane kuleli zwe nabantu besifazane even la KwaZulu-Natal sisho ngezwi elivumelanayo nazo zonke inhlangano ey'ngenile ngaphambi kwethu ukuthi u-gender-based violence iyinto edla umuzi isimo esibhekene naso. Siyafisa ukuthi sibambisane sonke kulo mkhakha ukuba silekelele ukwakha imindeni ebumbeneyo nemindeni ethandanayo. But uma sikwenza lokho sibone sibheke nanokuthi isikhathi sika-COVID-19 esiphuma kuso nje noma esisakuso namanje sibiza ukuthi kube kuningi okufanele sikwenze kunalokhu esesikwenzile. Kodwa futhi siyavumelana, siyakubonga ukuthi uhulumeni wakithi kuningi asekwenzile nezinhlaka noma ama-program awa-introducile ukuba sizame ukulekelelana nesimo sokungalingani emphakathini esigcina futhi sibanga uhlevane emindenini kugcine kunokulwa nokungahlalisani kahle. Lokho ungabala nama-program aqhamuka ku-provincial government, i-program ka-moral regeneration ehhovisi likaNdunankulu, u-DSD ney'nhlaka zama-program akhe. Ukhona bekusho la udadewethu okukhuluma ngama-social worker, kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi iwadi newadi kulesikhathi isine social worker esuke ibekelwe khona. Mhlawumbe okwethu singavumelana ukuthi uqinisa ukusebenzisana eduzane kuleyo social worker kuleyo ward naleyo ward neyinhlaka ezikhona ewadini. Kodwa ke singeke futhi sithandabuza ukuthi siyafisa ukuthi ziqine njalo inhlaka zonke ikhona nezibekiweyo ama interventions wonke akhona. Kodwa ke sihlalo namalunga onke akhona kule ndlu namhlanje thina njenge ANC Women's League silangazelela ukubona imiphakathi elinganayo, kodwa futhi silangazelela ukubona realize the women's right for equal future. Sifisa ukusho ukuthi no to abuse. Asesila singesikwazi kumelana khona njalo ne-abuse yokuhlukunyezwa nje ngokwe gender based violence. Enough is enough. Kodwa sifuna ugovernment wethu abophe, siyazi zikhona zonke inhlaka ifakiwe nakuma community structures afakiwe ngoba kufanele sisebenzisane ukuletha ama perpetrators phambili. Kodwa lokho akusho ukuthi kufanele sihlale, kodwa sonke sisebenzisane, kodwa sifuna izwi lethu lizwakale. Igilamkhuba ziboshwe, abadlwenguli baboshwe, abashaya besifazane baboshwe, futhi sina sithi ayingabikho manje ibail kumuntu obonakalile ehlukumeza. Sifisa ukuthi noma sebephuma labakade bebanjiwe kodwa banga integrate back to communities without abantu aba-abuziweyo beconsultiwe, ngoba uma lokho kuqhubeka kwenzeka kuqhubeka kudala isimo esingesibi esingesihle sokuhlalisana emphakathini. Uma siya phambili qhutshwa kwakubukezwa imithetho siyokujabulela ukubona ngelinye ilanga abantu abangabadlwenguli becastratewa ukuze mhlawumbe bagcine bonke befunda ukuthi kubhlungu kangakanani ukudlwengula ngayo yonke indlela. Sihlalo singakusho nje singathandabuza ukuthi umnotho wezwe lakithi wehlile, inkomba ze-COVID-19 kuma cases abantu abasulelekile ngalomkhuhlane ziyakhomba ukuthi ngomama sibaningi kakhulu namantombazane esisuleleka la. Ingoba siyanakekela kufanele senze yonke imisebenzi njengoba isike yashiwo kwabangaphambili, kodwa kuma strategies zonke
3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Kuma strategies zonke abekiweyo siyaqonda ukuthi kusibalekile ukuthi siyibone indima yethu ukuthi siyodlala kuphi iqhaza. Siyakwazi ukuthola siyazuza kulezo zinto ezokwenziwa ezi turn around emnothweni. Sifisa ukubona thina bomama ngoba imajority ihlele emakhaya uzibona sithola indawo yokuba baqeqeshwe omama balime baphile bakho umnotho kwi value chain engaba khona agriculture. Ngilekelele la sengizokwehla ngobonda ukuthi udaba le corruption akwazi ukuba udaba namhlanje singacabanga sengathi udaba olingazange linike isandla esisheshayo. Sifuna ukubonga ukuthi noma bekuraiser la odadewethu ababili bekhulume ngakho, kodwa sihlalo asikusho nje ukuthi siyakuncoma kakhulu iqhaza silibonile libanjwa undunankulu nesikhungu sakhe ekubeni nibalekelele basondele eduze masishane baphutha ama systems ahlonzayo ukuthi kuphi la konakale khona. They appreciate imbiko ephumileyo evezileyo. Simzwile nongqongqoshe wethu we-social development ekhuluma ngohlelo olwenziwa ukuthi abenzi bokubi bazokwenziwana, kanti nayizolo silale ngeindaba ezinhle sizwe umongameli ekhuluma kulolu daba. Ngifuna ukuba mema kodadewethu ukuthi sengazathi besingalandela eduze izinto siyilalele so that singaqhubeki silamente kanti izinto seyishiya ukuthi ama proclamation. Siyabonga kakhulu ke leyo mzamo esiyibona masishane igijima esilekelela human emancipation iprogram yansuku zonke ngokusuku nosuku simele ukukhulisana. Ngicabanga ukuthi akuseyona i-argument esingayibanga lokho. Okugcina mhlawumbe sihlale singafuna ukulekelelana khona ukuthi the gender pay gap isikhumbule nabo bonke abantu abahlukumezekile ukuthi akhona ama policies aqalayo asi-addressayo for isikhathi eside ukuthi kuwo konke esikwenzayo kodwa nabesifazane bane percentage ethize kuwo wonke ama-spheres ka-government ney'nhlaka zonke ezisebenzisana no-government. Uma kuzoba khona umsebenzi kufanele kuqonyulwe kodwa ikhona i-percentage ethi abesifazane ba-integrate-wa kanjani kulowo msebenzi osuke ukhona, ngaba i-project ngaba osonkontract noma ngabe yini ekhona. So-ke kufanele thina sikhuthaze abantu bakithi futhi nathi uqobo silide ngeqiniso kuleyo mkhakha. Mhlawumbe sihlalo-ke izwe lakithi alikakhululeki up until umama waphansi enkandla, umama waphansi emkhanya kude akhululeke. Then mase kwenzeke konke lokho siyabe sesithi impela liberation isiphelele ngoba sibone nabesifazane bekhululekile. The gender struggle continues as long as women are still not liberated bona bonke kumkhakha yonke. Siyabonga kakhulu sihlalo wa parliament.
Sibonge kakhulu Msimkhulise hayi usibambile isikhathi. So cela ukuthi presentation yakho nawe idlulisele ku Mr Zondi. Cela ukuthatha leli thuba ngibonge kakhulu wonke ama women's formation ngokuthi abe nawo ama presentation ama-presentation enu we have noted ukuthi kunezinto ezibalulekile enizishilo ezizokwenza ukuthi-ke abantu besifazane bakwaZulu-Natal bakwazi ukuthi-ke bathuthuke. Ngeviki elizayo sizohlanganisa ikomiti esilibiza ngokuthi i-resolution committee ezobe selihlanganisa wonke lama presentation enu ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sibe nezinqumo zika 2020. Ngisasho kanjalo ke ngizocela ngenkulu inhlonipho ukuthi ngamukele undunankulu waKwaZulu-Natal azosipresentela ama resolutions ka 2019 bese mhlawumbe esipha nokunye abanakho e-ofisini lakhe nama department. Engakakhuluma undunankulu ngiyafisa ukuxolisela ungqongqoshe ukhoza usithumelela umlayezo ukuthi khona la asaphuthuma khona. Ndunankulu mhlonishwa sihlezi kalala ngicela ukunikezela kuwe Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mbatha-Cele, the Speaker of our legislature, Honorable Boyce, the Deputy Speaker of our legislature, Honorable Ndobe, members of this Women's Parliament, the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we extend our greetings to all of you.
The presentation.
We gather here, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Chairperson, to account through this KwaZulu-Natal legislature to the people of the province on the progress we have made in the implementation of the resolutions that were taken during the sitting of the last Women's Parliament. On behalf of the Executive Council, we will today be presenting a comprehensive report in regard to the work that have been done for rectification and adoption. We view this sitting of the Women's Parliament as the fulfillment of the Freedom Charter and the struggle and the victory of the struggle against the national oppression. It was South Africans from all walks of life who, in issuing in 1954 a call for the convening of the Congress of the People and the drafting of the Freedom Charter, they said, and I quote, "We call the people of South Africa, black and white, let us speak together of freedom. We call the housewife and the mothers, let us speak of the fine children that we bear and of their stunt lives. Let us speak of the many illness and deaths and of the few clinics and schools. Let us speak of the high prices and of the shanty towns. Let us speak of freedom." Close quote. 65 years ago, the 3,000 delegates from across racial groups and every corner of our country gathered in Kliptown and adopted the Freedom Charter. In adopting the Freedom Charter as a blueprint of the future of our country, our forebears said, and I quote, "The people shall govern, all people shall be entitled to take part in the administration of the country, and that the rights of the people shall be the same, regardless of race, color, or sex," close quote. We thus salute generations of women who were in the front line of the history of the heroes for their contribution in ending racial tyranny in our beloved country. Eminyakeni eminingi yomzabalazo silwisana nengcindezelo, omama babambe and futhi benza igalelo elikhulu. Ngo-1994 uma sithola inkululeko, saqala ngo-96 sa-adopta i-constitution engiwo mthetho osiphethe sonke ezweni. Ile constitution esikhumbuzayo isikakhulukazi thina esingamalungu esishayamthetho nesihulumeni isikhumbuza ukuthi sisebenza sirepresenta abantu bakithi okuyibo abakhethe uhulumeni. Democratic participation, accountability and cooperative governance are values deeply entrenched in our constitution in order to give effect to the Freedom Charter's declaration that the people shall govern. Through our parliament and our provincial legislatures, the Constitution enjoins us to account to the electorate and various sections of the South African society. It is for this reason that every year we hold a parliament. Siyahlangana kwi-youth parliament, sihlangane kwi-parliament labantu abadala, senior citizens, sihlangane kwi-parliament labasebenzi, ngokunjalo njengoba sila kwi-women's parliament ethlala ngesikhathi la izwe lakithi ligubha inyanga yomama. Siyafisa ukunikezela isiqinisekiso sokuthi okwethu ku-accounta ngomsebenzi esiwenzayo ukuthuthukisa omama ngokwezomnotho, ukuthuthukisa omama nabesifazane in general, ngokuqinisekisa ukuthi amalungelo ethu ayalingana nokulwisana nokuthi kube khona lesi sihlava sokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane nabantwana. Izolo i-legislature idebate kakhulu udaba lokuthi sakha kanjani izwe eliqinisekisa ukulingana ngokwebala nangokobulili. Senza kanjani ukuthi siqede ukuhlukunyezwa kwabesifazane ezweni lakithi. Namuhla-ke siyafisa ukuthi sihlale usivumele ukunikezela umbiko i-report ekutheni sesambe kangakanani eku-implementeni izinto ezayivunyelwenwe kwi-phalamende lomama langonyaka odlule. The Executive Council have been seized with the implementation of Women's Parliament resolutions as part of our transformation agenda. Last year, the Women's Parliament resolved to explore increasing the numbers of nurses specializing in genetic and to ensure that sunscreens are available in all hospitals, especially for people living with albinism. Honorable Chair, we can report with no doubt that genetic studies are currently covered in the nursing curriculum. Secondly, that the Department of Health is providing dermatology services, sunscreens, and sunglasses to persons with albinism to prevent skin cancer and eye problems. The Women's Parliament, again, last year raised the challenge of the Department of Health and the Department of Education working in silos when it comes to the fight against HIV, especially conducting HIV testing services. We wish to report that this remains a policy decision of the Department of Basic Education nationally not to provide testing in schools. However, the Department of Health continues to offer such services outside school premises and in our clinics and hospitals. The Department of Health is working collaboratively with the Department of Basic Education in the province in the health promotion in schools, which include testing for HIV and AIDS, as well as reproductive health services. It was also resolved in the last year's Women's Parliament that clinics should be operational after 16 hours to accommodate learners and workers. Let us report that the Department of Health in KwaZulu-Natal remain committed in ensuring universal coverage. Currently, there are 63 facilities offering 24 hours service, 48 facilities offering services over a period of 12 hours, 49 facilities at 11 hours, and therefore we can ascertain that in most areas the work is continuing and we are trying to ensure that healthcare services are available at all times. At 274 health facilities provide adolescent and youth-friendly services, and plans are made to have all these services at all facilities. In line with the resolution for the Department of Health to comply with the Employment Equity Act and fill critical vacant posts, let us report that there are currently no vacant posts with regard to doctors, especially for casualty. The full complement has been allocated. The department has 291 ambulances that are operational throughout KwaZulu-Natal. We respond on time now and will continue to do all we can to improve. Finance has been allocated for funding for purchasing of additional ambulances in the period or in the financial year of 2020-2021. Sihlalo namalunga esishamthetho singasho ukuthi ngonyaka odlule kwabalulwa udaba lokuthi kunokuhlukunyezwa ngokocansi kwabantwana abasesikoleni. Kwavunyelwana ukuthi iDepartment yezemfundo kumele iqinisekise ukuthi iba neindlela zokuvikela lokhu nokuvikela also abantwana abasuke behlukumezekile, especially kube nendlela yokuthi uma betestifya benikezela ubufakazi bakwazi ukuvikeleka. Singasho ukuthi iDepartment ngokubambisana namanye ama-social partners senza lukhulu ukuqinisekisa ukuvikela abantwana ezikoleni. Ngingaqinisekisa ukuthi abantu abaningi abake batholakala bethinteka kulokhu basuspendiwe from the start. Ngingasho futhi ukuthi siyaqhubeka nohlelo lokunikezela abantwana ngokufunda ukuthi bakwazi ukufunda ukuziphatha nokukhula. Yingakho iDepartment kumanje appointa about 600 waba-support agents azoba attach ezikoleni ukufundisa ngokubambisana nothishanhloko ngokuthi kufundiswe ukuthi abantwana bakwazi uku-avoida lokho esikubiza nge-teenage pregnancy, bakwazi futhi uku-avoid ukuthi babe nengcindezi ebakhanda bashiye isikole bese bancane. Bakwazi futhi ukufunda ukuthi bazimele, especially abantwana bamantombazane, through iprogram ethi She Conquers. Kodwa futhi siqinisekisa ukuthi nabafana sikwazi ukuba nama-sessions nabo ezikoleni ukubafundisa ngendlela ekudinga bayiphathe ngayo nokubafundisa ngokuphilisana nabantwana bamantombazane. Sihlalo, it was further resolved that all schools should have youth ambassadors to deal with issues affecting fellow learners. And from this financial year, the Department of Education is employing 604 out-of-school youth with a minimum of grade 12 as learner support agents, which are school-based and will work strictly on the focus of life orientation, working with educators in this subject and school principals. With regard to the Department of Sports, it was resolved that as sports plays a role in social cohesion, we should ensure that it gets more funding. The need for the department to have additional budget allocation has been taken up by the oversight committees the department reports to. The executive authority, Honorable Mavimbela, has also led on this as the department moved toward the implementation of a ward-based intervention program. It was also resolved that sports and recreation should engage ATIA to ensure that sports kits are made by and procured from women cooperatives in line with the strategic objective of women emancipation. We are pleased to report that the department has had several meetings with ATIA, with ABSA Bank, and the Durban Chamber of Commerce toward collaborating to empower key economic sectors. The department has made several visits to a clothing and textile company in Umsinga, which it intends to support as a pilot. Siyafuna ukubonga lokhu ukuthi inkampani eziphethwe omama zikwazi ukuthi nazo zilekelelwe, especially inkampani ezifana nayo le nkampani yokuthunga kalili esemsinga okudingekile ukuthi nezinye ezifana nayo zisupportwe. Siyabonga ukuthi department yakwa sports isihambe mgama uqinisekisa ukuthi zonke izinto zokudlala ibhola noma i-netball nanoma yini eyithengwa uhulumeni sizithenge kuma cooperatives, and siyafisa ukubonga lokhu. Lokhu kuyingxenye enkulu yalolu hlelo esilibekile lwe-radical economic transformation esilibiza nge-operation. It was also resolved that the Department of Arts and Culture should partner with COGTA and involve traditional authorities when they plan programs and events for communities. Progress is being made in this regard as programs are being planned in partnership with COGTA. Tribal authorities are always taken on board. But the department held a workshop for officials regarding district-based approach, which is led by COGTA in October 2019. The district-based reporting approach has been officially launched together with COGTA in Umgungundlovu district. Yafuna ukuyigcizelela the district-based reporting approach izosilekelela ngoba ikwazi ukuthi sifulfile into yokuxhumana nemphakathi yethu, sireporte hayi ngezinto ezisuka emoyeni kodwa sireporte ngezinto ezisuka kuma ward ziye komasipala nakuma district ethu. Mphathi wohlelo ensihlalo Honorable Mbathacele, ngonyaka odlule kwakhulunywa kabanzi ngokusebenza kwamathuthuzela centers. Okokuqala ukuthi kudinga vulwe 24 hours. Okwesibili ukuthi department ye social development ithi umnyusa izinga lokuthi abantu bazi, okusho ukuthi communication approach inyuke. Futhi siqinisekisa ukuthi abasebenzi abakumathuthuzela centers imoya yabo nendlela abayiphatha ngayo iyahambisana nemigomo yebathubi. Siyafisa ukubonga ukuthi from leyo resolutions i-department yakwa social development isiqinisekisile ukuthi amathuthuzela centers asebenza for 24 hours. Ngaphe kwalokho ngokusebenzisana ne-Lifeline, i-department manje inikezela lokho okubizwa nge-psychosocial support services to victims ey'ndaweni ey'hlukahlukene. Ngaphe kwalokho kubonakele ekuqaleni kwalonyaka ngesikhathi i-department iqasha ama-social workers abengaqashiwe kodwa efundile angu-153 asebenza through iprogram ye-Lifeline ukunikezela isupport kubantu bakithi, especially abantu besifazane abasafarisha kwi-gender based violence. I-department ibuye yaqasha futhi ama-social workers awu-30 alekelela nje specifically in addition to 153 abalekelela kulo mkhankaso wethu wokulwa siqede lesi sihlava sokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane. Kuzo zonke izinkundla zokuxhumana nakwimhlangano ebakhona, i-department iyanikezela ngolwazi nangokusebenza kwamathuthukizela care centers. Siyafisa futhi ukubonga ukuthi i-department iyaqhubeka inikezele i-support kubantu through i-customer care and customer services abanye abafonayo. Kodwa ngicele ngaphe kwalokho ukuthi la abantu bakithi bebona ukuthi abakatholakala khona bakwazi abakakwazi ukuthola i-service abayidingayo, bayithinte i-department through inamba yayo ye-WhatsApp noma badlulise imbono yabo ngama-suggestion boxes abakhona ema-ofisini kahulumeni, especially ama-ofisi akwa-social development. Ngaphansi kohlelo lwe-agriculture lwezolimo kwakuvunyelwene ngonyaka odlula ukuthi kumele i-department yakwa-agriculture ingene ku-road show ukunikezela ulwazi komama ngendaba yokusebenza kwe-RASET. I-RASET phecelezi is Radical Agrarian Socio-Economic Transformation, eyingxenye ye-operation. Ngingafisa ukubika sihlalo ukuthi lokhu kuyaqhubeka. I-department ikwi-road show ihambela indawo ezihlukahlukene, ibamba district workshops and district forums la ikhuluma khona nentsha nomama ngokuthi bathola kanjani usizo lokuthi baxhaswe ekulimeni, balekelelwe ngokufundiswa ngokulima nokuphathwa kwamabhizinisi, babuye balekelelwe ngokuthi bathole imarket. Lokhu sikwenza ngaphansi kwalo lohlelo lwe-RASET. But ngiyafuna ukusho futhi ukuthi sesibuye sathola nolunye uhlelo sithi Operation Vula Fund esebenza uku-implementa le-operation. I-Operation Vula Fund uhlelo olungaphansi kwe-department yakwa-economic development, tourism, environmental affairs, ngaphansi kamphathiswa umama uNomusa Dube-Ncube, enikezela usizo lweyimali kubantu abadinga usizo lweyimali ukuze bakwazi ukuqhubezela phambili amabhizinisi abo noma baqale amabhizinisi abo. Ngaphe kwalokho sihlalo, enye yezinto esiyibheka kakhulu kuhulumeni wonke ukumeleleka kwabantu besifazane eminyangweni ngeminyango, ukuthi abantu besifazane bakhona na kwi-management. Ngonyaka odlule i-department yakwa-agriculture abantu besifazane kwi-senior management babe ku-36%. Ngiyafisa ukuncoma ukuthi kulo nyaka sebe ku-40%, kodwa kuwona wonke ama-post abawa-advertisile kumanje azofilisha the remaining 10%, okuzokwenza ukuthi abantu besifazane babe ngaphezulu ka-50% kwi-senior management kwi-department yakwa-agriculture. Siyafisa ukuncoma lokhu. Yingakho futhi ngifisa ukuthi sincome ukuthi siyaqhubezela phambili njengoba eshilo omunye weyikhulumi okhulume umama uNonhlanhla Gabela ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi kubonakale abantu besifazane beba yinhloko zeminyango, ngoba lokho ku-inspire ngisho abantwana abancane ukuthi bazi ukuthi bengamantombazane besafunda ezikoleni, bazi ukuthi ikusasa labo li-guaranteed. So sizoqhubeka sizibophezele kulokhu njengohulumeni wakwaZulu-Natal. Ngonyaka odlule i-department yakwa-economic development, tourism, environmental affairs, ETIA iyacelwa ukuthi iqinisekise ukuthi ulwazi liyatholakala kakhulu ngokuthi isabalalise ulwazi. Singakuqinisekisa ukuthi i-department iyakwenza lokhu through ama-district offices akhona wonke ama-district. Futhi iyakwenza lokhu through u-MEC Dube Ncube njalo ngesonto kuma-slot aba kuwo okhosini anikezele ngolwazi. But the department has in the past 4 years through Women Economic Empowerment Desk working in partnership with Ithala embarked on Imbokodo Iyazenzela program. Sihlalo ngiyafisa ukulichaza kancane lolu hlelo lwembokodo Iyazenzela. Uhlelo olugxile ekutheni abantu besifazane abakuma cooperatives isikakhulukazi nabakuma entrepreneurs inkampani ezincane bahlanganiswe kuma district banikezela ulwazi nama workshop uthi egcineni mase labo abenza kahle benominatwe futhi abantu besifazane abangu-30 babo abangu-20 babo abakhethwayo babe sebenikezelwa isupport ngokwezimali nangokwe-mentorship. Ngaphezu kwalokho lolu hlelo lwe-department through Ithala lukhava nokuthi kuye kube nama-workshop ahlukahlukene ahamba kwima-district onke. As a result, a total number of 931 women had an opportunity to attend these workshops. A gala dinner which recognizes and celebrates women in business and community development was hosted on the 30th of November at the Durban International Convention Center. So, umkhankaso ugxilisa ukuthi abantu besifazane bangene emabhizinisini uyabonakala futhi uyaya phambili. Ne-department yakwa-Public Works yanikezela umsebenzi wokuqinisekisa ukuqeqesha abantu besifazane kwezokwakha. Siyafisa ukureport ukuthi ama-contractors esifazane atrainiwe kulonyaka angu-138 etrainwa i-department yakwa-Public Works ngaphansi kohlelo oluqhutshwa umphathiswa umama uPeggy Nkonyeni. So ngokuphelele kuyo yonke imikhakha yomnotho senza konke okusemandleni uqinisekisa ukuthi abantu besifazane bayabhenefitha futhi baba ingxenye enkulu. Asikubonge futhi ukuthi through i-department yakwa-agriculture elidwa ngumama uBongi Sithole Mloyi baba kulolu hlelo engengalibala lama-workshop babuye bebe nama-dedicated focal ukubheka ukuthi obani abaphumelelayo mase bebasondeza ukuze labo bakwazi ukuba ama-ambassadors or role models zabanye emphakathini. Kodwa ngicele futhi ukuthi sikwenza konke lokhu masazi ukuthi ukuze siphumelele kumele sibambisane sisupportane. Asikufunde ukuthenga izinto ezikhiqizwa abantu bakithi eindaweni esikuzo. Kulonyaka sikhungethwe isifo esibhilitile isifo lesi ukhuvethe lwe-COVID-19. Ezinye zezinto ezilekelelayo ukuthiba lezi zifo zikhiqizwa khona emakhaya and kubonakele zidlala iqhaza elikhulu. Yingakho umnyango waka-agriculture uze wathi asizithathe senze i-research ngazo njengomhlonyane nje i-department yakwa-agriculture esikhiphe imali yokuthi kuyokwenziwa i-research ngalokulapha kwesintu. Iningi lakho ku-involva abantu basemakhaya nomama. Ngaphansi kwe-ofisi lakwa-Premier sanikezelwa umsebenzi iphalamende lomama ngonyaka odlule lokuqinisekisa ukuthi i-gender focal points are clearly budgeted for kuyo yonke iminyango unyaka nonyaka. I can report with no doubt that there is a great improvement within departments as budgets are explicitly allocated, and there is a dedicated budget that goes for women empowerment programs throughout the KwaZulu-Natal departments. But also we have encouraged municipalities to follow the suit. Umama unkosazane Dlamini Zuma uyathi mekhuluma gcizelela ukuthi there must be something that she calls the budget gender mainstreaming. And kulokhu suke egcizelela ukuthi kwi-budget uma siyisebenzisa noma ikhishwa ake sibheke ukuthi ingxenye engakanani eya kubantu besifazane igciniwe. Siyafuna ukuyibophezela kulokho, ingakho sireport ukuthi kwi-office le-premier siyaqhubeka ukucoordinate imisebenzi yama-department onke through i-provincial gender machinery. Sizoqinisekisa futhi ukuthi lolu hlelo lokubhajetha liyaqhiliswa. Kunama-task teams asebenza ngaphansi kwe-gender machinery ukucoordinate zonke inhlelo zokuthuthukiswa noku-empowerisha abantu besifazane ney'nhlelo ey'bhekise ekutheni siqede ungalingani ngokobulili. So i-gender machinery isenye yama-platforms abaluleke kakhulu kuthina njengakwaZulu-Natal. Angigcine ngokusho ukuthi we will improve in the coordination, monitoring and reporting tool throughout the MTSF ukuthi uyashaya u-2024 wonke ama-indicators akukho la esibelow khona 50% ukunikezela izidingo kubantu besifazane. Kumele kube ne-budget eclear, kumele kube ne-programs zokutraina eziclear, kumele kube nama-budget aclear okuvikeleka kwabantu besifazane esikucoordinator. Inethembe lithi sihlalo siyowathola ama-details esikhulumi esibuze umbuzo wokugcina ngesikhathi sembuzo. Udadewethu lothe uhlala ePine Town wakhuluma kakhulu ngokumezeka kwabantu besifazane othe uyingxenye yama-community policing forums. Siyofisa ukuthola ama-contact ke sixoxe naye asilekelele ngoba abantu abanjengalaba okudinga sikwazi ukusebenzisana nabo uqinisekisa ukuthi lezi zinto siyayi-attenda futhi siyi-attende la zenzeka khona. Honorable Chair and honorable members, once again, thank you for participating in this 2020 Women's Parliament of the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal, which for the first time we've had to hold virtually because of the constraints brought on us by the COVID-19. As we engage the report and make new commitments, let us be inspired by a vision we seek to ensure emancipation of women of our province from the clutches of patriarchy, economic exclusion, and disease. Let us unite and end the shame of gender-based violence and femicide, which deprives women of our country and our province their human right, dignity, and freedom. In line with the theme of the 2020 Women's Month, let us be counted as the generation that will bring equality between men and women. It is in our hands to bring to life the vision of a South Africa which is at peace with itself and the world, and a society that is truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, equal and prosperous. Let us roll our sleeves and get to work for the future that celebrates and honor all the women of our land. Together, let us grow KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson Giabong.
Sibonge kakhulu Ndunankulu wakithi KwaZulu-Natal ngenkulumo nangeyimpendulo esizitholile kulokhu esasikade abantu besifazane bakwaZulu-Natal becelile kuma departments nase officeini lakho. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi usho ngezinhlelo ezikhona zokuthuthukisa abantu besifazane KwaZulu-Natal, ngoba siyazi ukuthi abantu besifazane nabo bafanele ukuthi bahlomule umnotho wase South Africa ukuze nabo bakhululeke ngokwanele. Sisho sithi cha, sebekhululekile abantu besifazane ngoba nabo umnotho sebewuphethe ngezandla. Siyabonga kakhulu ukwazi ukuthi bakhona baningi asebehlomulile okungathi mhlambe ngesinye isikhathi noma yesizayo siziqhenye kakhulu ngalabo asebehlomulile kuwona wonke ama department nase ofisini likaNdunankulu. Ke sibize nje bonke sithi abake bavele kona wonke ama district laba sebeke bahlomula batshela abanye ukuthi mina sengake ngahlomula. Uhulumeni mayethi unazi inhlelo zokuthuthukisa abantu besifazane ukhuluma ngami, mina ngikhuluma ngento esiyeke yenzeka kimi, ngoba premier abanye masikhuluma baye bayitshela ukuthi hayi siya grandstanda nje, siyakhuluma nje siwuhulumeni, akukho esikwenzayo okokusiza abantu besifazane. Kodwa bakhona abantu besifazane esaziyo nathi ukuthi bayasizakala eminyangweni kahulumeni okhona obusayo njengamanje. Siyabonga kakhulu premier, sishayile ihlombe inkulumo yakho. Siyabonga Khuzeni. Inamba ka dadewethu okhulumile wase Pinetown sizothumela mhlonishwa premier ofisini lakho siyitholile ikhona. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi ube nathi. Siyabonga. Ngicela ukuthi siqhubeke nohlelo lwethu. Sifike emaphethelweni alo liphalamende lethu lamakhosikazi aKwaZulu-Natal. Kodwa ngaphambi kokuthi sivale sizocela udadewethu uCQ Madloba ukuba azosipha amazwi okubonga. Over to you CQ Hlonishwa.
Madam Chair, ngibingelele kuwena. Ngifisa nje angisezukubingelela kakhulu, ngibingelele uSpeaker kanye noPremier nazo zonke ihambeli zethu ezikhona. Ngiyafisa nje sihlalo ukubonga umsebenzi omkhulu osuwenzekile siyi-legislature. Sifuna ukuqala ngokubonga wena nje ukuthi since luqalile lolu hlobo lulungiselelwa kwenziwa zonke izinto kuma preparations, ubulokhu ukhona usigayida kuyiwa phambili kukwazi ukuthi kusebenzeke saze safika namhlanje kulomsebenzi omkhulu kangaka. Sibonga kakhulu nangendlela oliqhube ngayo uhlelo namhlanje. Sihlalo wethu sithi uNkulunkulu akubusise usaqhubeka nenhlelo zokusebenzisana nathi sonke njengabantu besifazane. Njengoba sesivala ke sihlalo, ngifisa ukubonga izikhulumi zonke for sharing an important information to this house. I want to thank especially our guests who spoke to us earlier today, DSD, Health, SAPS, Women Formations, usomlomo wethu okuyena osivulelile kakhulu. Today has really been a reflection about how far we have come and how far we still have to go. It has been a reflection that to date that has shown ukuthi we still need to do more, and a lot has been done, but we have not been good enough. Kulokho esesikwenzile njengohulumeni okusafanele ukuthi siqinise kakhulu ukusebenza kwethu nathi njenge society, in particular abantu besifazane, ukuba bakwazi ukuhlangana bakwazi ukuthi ukube nje namhlanje ubezo responda uPremier as women, sikwazile ukuthi izinto zethu ezicommon besibhale ndawonye ngokuhlanganyela sithi ke nakho sekwenzekile. Siyabonga Premier wethu, nakho kusele sikwenza sindawonye njengalawo makhosikazi akwazi ukuthi ahlangane enze izinto ndawonye singabheki ukuthi sivela ngakuphi. Siyabonga kakhulu ke ngomsebenzi omkhulu osuwenzekile.
We have been reminded not just of the work that we still need to do, but of the strategies that we have to adopt in order to succeed. Ukubeke kakhulu umama uSpeaker ngenkathi enkulumeni yakhe eyenza ukuthi ezinye zezinto ezizokwazi ukuthi sikwazi ukuphumelela ukuthi siqinise kakhulu kwi-foundation. Uze wabeka indaba yokuthi kuzofanele sakhe imiphakathi, siqinise imiphakathi kanye nama-family institutions okuzokwazi ukuthi mangabe lezi inkinga esibhekene nazo kuba kwi-foundation sakhele phezu kwesisekelo esiyiso sama-values azokwazi ukuthi avimbe lama-social ills akhona. Siyafisa ukubonga kakhulu ihhovisi likamama uBoyce kanye nobaba uNdobe ngokuthi basivumele namhlanje ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sizohlangana ngalolu hlobo, aphinda sinikeze i-background yokuthi sivelaphi nale Women's Parliament, nanokuthi futhi iyini purpose yanamhlanje. Wayesebeka-ke ezinye izinto ezibe ngama-blocks esizokwakhela phezu kwawo. Sibonga kakhulu dadewethu umama uBoyce ngendlela asilida ngayo nokuzwelana nokuthathela izinto phezulu zawo wonke ama-sectors e-society ethu akwazi ukuthi enze ama-parliament okuzokwazi ukuthi sibe ne-platform lapho sizokwazi ukuthi sikhulume khona senze iy'ncomo njengoba kulawula umthethosisekelo wethu. Thank you very much, Honorable Boyce, for leading us and also guiding us emsebenzini we-legislature. Siyabonga kakhulu, uqhubeke dadewethu nibambisane nomfowethu ubaba uNdobe ngokuthi nisivumele sibe nawo lama-parliament. Madam Chair, we also appreciate to the Women's Formation for putting the voice of women of KwaZulu-Natal forward. Abagcinanga nje kuphela ngokuthi balamente ngama-challenges that we are facing, but they came up with ama-recommendations that abazofisa ukuthi bawabone ukuze abantu besifazane KwaZulu-Natal nasezweni lethu bakwazi ukuthi bathuthuke, ba-empowerisheke, bavikeleke nakwi-gender based violence. Thank you very much kuma-formations. Niyisimbulu yalamakhosikazi akwazi ukuthi ahlangane angagcini nje ngokulamenta lawo esithathela kuwona ka-1956 ukuthi abagcinanga ngokulamenta. They took it upon themselves ukuthi bakwazi ukudila nama-issues facing women, facing families, facing the society. Thank you very much, Women's Formation, for your good work that you have done. You have researched and come up with something that will assist us as a legislature when we plan, when we come up with a program of action on how to deal with the challenges facing our women in our province. Siyafisa futhi ukubonga kakhulu ubaba uNdunankulu ngokuba isibonelo kwi-province. Uyaqoquzela nokwenza izinhlelo zokuthuthukisa izimpilo zabantu bakwaZulu-Natal, ikakhulukazi abantu besifazane. Akakhulumi nje uNdunankulu kuphela njengoba kade esho udadewethu uPhumzile ukuthi kuyofanele ukuthi lokho laba bantu ababenefitayo ke beze ngaphambili so that kubonakala ukuthi nazi izinto ezenziwa uhulumeni wethu oholwa ngu-African National Congress. Uleader by an example ke uPremier uthe mayekhetha icabinet yakhe wakhetha abasifazana abawu-6 wakhetha abesilisa abawu-4. Akakhulumi nje njengoba esho itheory, usho into ayenzayo. Siyafisa ukuthi nathi njengamakhosikazi, njengabantu bakwaZulu-Natal simsupporte ukuthi akwazi ukuphumelelisa iy'nhlelo zethu. Useshilo udadewethu uPhumzile, usebekile izinto ezazingama-resolutions ukuthi usenzeni ngazo ugovernment, waphinde wabeka okunye okuyizinhlelo ezizosiza abantu besifazane nabantu bonke bakwaZulu-Natal. Siyabonga Khuzeni, ume njalo baba, usiphethe kahle kwi-province, uyakwazi ukuthi ubhekele wonke ama-sectors of society mangabe udila noholo lwakho nane-budget yakho nane-program yakho ukuya phambili. Ngiyafisa-ke dadewethu Madam Chair ukuthi ngibonge kakhulu istafu se-legislature, istafu sakwa-Premier, istafu sakwa-PPE, sakwa-Triple P, ngomsebenzi abawenzile, bakwazile ukuthi basilekelele kuqala kuma-preparations, and then also they have bakwazi ukuthi benza lo msebenzi waba successful, le event yaba successful ngezinto abayiphuthe together, behlangana behlukana. Siyabonga kakhulu nehhovisi lakwa communication ebelokhu likhona lisigayida kakhulu kuya phambili. Sibonge no secretary we legislature udadewethu uNerusha by ukuthi akwazi ukugayida istafu senze lokho esikulindele njengabaholi abakhona kwi legislature. Sifisa futhi ukubonga, si-appreciate various media platforms nge-partnership abalokhu beqhubekile beba nayo nathi njenge-legislature. Siyazi ukuthi lo mcimbi uyimpumelelo ngenxa yayo imedia, lapho khona uSpeaker wethu ebelokhu ehamba eyobeka inhlelo esichazele emobilizer umphakathi waKwaZulu-Natal ukuthi ube ingxenye yalo mcimbi esinawo namhlanje. Siyabonga kakhulu kwi-media. Siyacabanga ukuthi ukusebenzisana kwethu will go from strength to strength, sikwazi ukuthi sipromote izinto ezinhle ezenziwa ugovernment wethu, kungabi nje kuphela ukuthi kuyovela ngoba kunenkinga kuvele izinto ezingekho right. Siyabonga kakhulu besisasebenzisana kahle. Siyabonga njenge-legislature yaKwaZulu-Natal ngaphansi kwamama uBoyce. Obanye sibabongayo, sibonga kakhulu i-community yaKwaZulu-Natal eparticipateile kule program kuyiwa phambili. Sengigcina ngifisa ukubonga uBishop umfundisi osiqinisekisile ngomkhuleko, wasitshela ukuthi uma sizokwazi ukuthi sinyukele phezulu kumdali sizozinqoba zonke izinselelo esibhekene nazo. Siyabonga kakhulu program director, sibonge kuSpeaker wethu. Siyohlala sikuthanda njalo Speaker ngomsebenzi omkhulu nokuzikhandla kwakho ukuya phambili ukuthi inhlelo ze-legislature njalo ziba impumelelo. Thank you.
Sibonge kakhulu Honorable Madloba. Sesiyavala kodwa ngaphambi kokuthi ngivale ngiyafuna nje Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, ukuthi nginiqinisekise ukuthi amakhosikazi aKwaZulu-Natal ahlangene ngalendlela eyisimangaliso. Awanakho ukuthi wena ungayiphi party makuza kwintuthuko yabantu besifazane nasekuhluphekeni komuntu wesifazane. Kune project abayiqalile lapho befaka khona okuthile ukuthi uma kuyiwa kwi-district kube khona abakuthengayo bona ngokuthi ba-check ukuthi umuphi umuzi odingayo, bahlanganise bengama women's formation bonke, ngayi ngokubheka ukuthi umuntu ozophiwa ozoyolekelelwa wesifazane wayiphi inhlangano, kodwa nje bayafuna ukwakha ukuthi kube khona i-unit ikakhulukazi kumakhosikazi aKwaZulu-Natal. Siyazi-ke ukuthi izinto zihamba kahle ngaso sonke isikhathi uma abantu besifazane kuyibona abanozwano. Siyabonga kakhulu kuwo wonke ama-women's formation ngalolu zwano esinalo la KwaZulu-Natal, kona wonke nje ama-parties. Siyabonga. Ngithi angidlulise lena somlomo nakuwe Premier, kungabi ngazathi nje hey mawukhuluma ngenhlangano ethile nenhlangano ethile kuyaliwa. Cha, thina njengabantu besifazane nje sibambene. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Hawu kuhle.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngicela ukuthathela lithuba ngisho ukuthi sesifinyelele emaphethelweni aleli parliamente lethu laKwaZulu-Natal lika 2020. Siyaliguqisa njengamanje. Ngiyabonga.
Sekuphelele njalo.